Ukraine crisis. Richard Engel is there with a full report.
Then, if you're among the millions of people who still rely on 3G service, you're going to want to listen up. There are some serious health and safety concerns being raised as it's phased out in favor of 5G. We'll have everything you need to know.
Plus, February is Heart Health Month, and we're covering the things you should be aware of to be heart smart, from the numbers to keep an eye on to lifestyle factors and more.
And our friends Hoda and Jenna love celebrating every holiday with trivia. So on this President's Day, they're testing our knowledge with a presidential pop quiz. So let's get things popping.
All right, so it's time for this episode of
Today in 30. We are covering it all this morning, from the White House to Ukraine. And in a moment, we'll talk to President Biden's national security advisor. But first, NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, joins us from Ukraine with the very latest. Richard, good morning.
Good morning, Chanel. Every day in Ukraine, it seems like we are now taking 2 steps closer to war and then take 1 step backwards, with apparently diplomacy back in the cards. But U.S. officials are warning that Russia could still soon invade with the help of Russian-backed separatists who are just about a mile from here, and that also Russia is planning a campaign of repression after it invades, including drawing up lists of Ukrainian activists who potentially could organize a resistance movement or an underground, and that Russia would use these lists to track down the activists and arrest them or kill them. Russia this morning denied that any such lists exist, calling it a total lie. But what is not in dispute is that frontline positions like this one are heating up.
These may be the opening shots of a war that could tear up the map of Europe. Russian-backed separatists fighting in a largely ignored conflict for 8 years against the Ukrainian government have dramatically stepped up artillery and mortar attacks, firing on houses seemingly at random in government-held areas. Villagers tell us Ukrainian forces are firing back. Roman Yanukovych, a security guard at a fish cannery, says he'd just left his house when an artillery round exploded. It came, he says, from the separatist areas. But over the fields in separatist territory, the mirror is twisted. The separatists say they are facing an unprovoked and merciless assault by the Ukrainian army and gangs of saboteurs. Ukraine denies it's launched an offensive and accuses the separatists of manufacturing a crisis to give Russia an excuse to invade. The separatists, around 2 million, have ordered a mass evacuation for Russia. But some residents of the separatist areas told reporters they didn't know why they'd been brought to Russia, complaining they'd been dumped there without food or a place to stay. Russian media accused the Ukrainian government of carrying out a genocide against Russian speakers in Ukraine. And in yet another show of force, President Vladimir Putin this weekend personally oversaw readiness tests of his country's vast nuclear arsenal. U.S. officials say President Biden said he expects Russia will invade within days because U.S. intelligence indicates President Putin has given his commanders the go-ahead. On the front lines, Ukrainian Lieutenant Colonel Andrei Baklan pointed out separatist positions. Baklan fought for the Soviet Union as a young soldier and hated it. He doesn't want to live under what he calls Putin's dictatorship.
We don't know what's coming. How do you think this ends?
Good always triumphs over evil, he says. But if this starts, many people will die on both sides, and many civilians. But as Churchill showed, in the end, there will be victory.
For now, it seems the Ukrainian forces and the Russian-backed separatists are testing each other, firing artillery, responding with artillery, firing mortars, but without advancing and taking territory. But an escalation here, Chanel, could quickly spread.
It's a scary situation. Richard, thank you.
All right, let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, what's the latest on that possible summit between President Biden and Putin and the prospects of it actually happening?
Good morning, Tom. Well, that's the exact right question, because with the situation intensifying on the ground in Ukraine, as Richard just showed us, the White House is really aiming at this point to downplay the chances of a meeting between President Biden and President Putin. And overnight, 3 top officials telling NBC News that while the president has agreed in principle to a summit with Putin, no details have been agreed to with the Russians. And they stress that, of course, any meeting is going to be dependent on whether Russia invades. Now, you may remember that Secretary of State State Tony Blinken is set to meet with his Russian counterpart on Thursday. That meeting will also be scrapped if Putin moves in. Bottom line here, the U.S. has been publicly warning for days that Putin could invade at any moment, and that assessment just has not changed, Tom.
And Kristen, I know you have some new reporting on these explosive new allegations. We mentioned at the top of the broadcast that Russia has compiled a list of Ukrainians to be killed or kidnapped if they invade. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, here's a bit more about that letter to the UN obtained by NBC News. And the details are really stunning. It says that after an invasion, Russian acts in Ukraine could include, quote, targeted killings, kidnappings, forced disappearances, and even the use of torture. Now, those who would likely be targeted would include dissidents, journalists, religious and ethnic minorities, and people in the LGBTQI community. When asked about this list Monday, Richard said this as well. A Kremlin spokesperson called the allegations an absolute fake and a lie. But big picture here, all of this just adds to the pressure on President Biden to find a diplomatic resolution as the window for talking seems to be closing quickly, Tom.
Yeah, it seems it's getting more and more intense. Kristen, we thank you for that.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
And now to that big broadband transition that's going to impact all of us, the official switch to 5G. Starting this week, AT&T says it'll go full throttle, shutting down its older 3G networks for good. And some worry the move will put the health and safety of millions of 3G users at risk. NBC's Gotti Schwartz has everything you need to know. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. 5G stands for fifth generation of broadband, and it promises much faster connections and downloading for everyone. And major carriers have been rolling out 5G since 2019, but to get it fully turned on, they've got to turn off their older 3G networks, and that's what's happening as soon as Tuesday. But critics want this switch delayed because they're worried it could put millions of lives in danger.
It surfs the web and downloads data twice as fast.
Remember when 3G was a huge breakthrough over a decade ago, offering unthought of advances like video conferencing and mobile maps? Well, now major carriers are shutting down their 3G networks to make way for much faster 5G. AT&T is the first, phasing out its 3G on Tuesday. T-Mobile will do it by the end of March, and Verizon by the end of the year.
5G is compelling relative to 3G for three reasons. One, it's more power efficient, which means it'll support more devices and more subscribers on a network. Two, it's more secure. And third, performance.
Because both use the same networks, fully enabling 5G means carriers must disable 3G. But many older devices and alarm systems still use 3G.
If someone has a 3G medical alert system, help won't come. If they have a fire alarm system in their home with a 3G device and a smoke detector goes off, no one will know. If they have a 3G cell phone, they try and make a phone call, won't be able to.
Carriers say they've been transitioning customers off 3G for years. AT&T told us less than 1% of its mobile traffic runs on 3G. But 2 million home and personal emergency response systems still use 3G, mostly through AT&T networks, and 80% of those customers are seniors. Now, the alarm industry and many others are petitioning the FCC to delay AT&T's 3G shutdown until the end of the year, giving companies more time to upgrade customers to 4 and 5G. In the meantime, the FCC says it has safeguards in place to ensure devices using 3G still work through the transition.
Okay, so experts say any device over 3 years old using wireless technology, a phone, your car, a home alarm, or a medical alert system, might still be using 3G, and upgrading it to 4 or 5G might mean you got to replace the device entirely, like with a phone, or you might need a company tech to come out and install new parts. So the best way to know if you're using 3G still is really just to call the manufacturer's customer service number and ask. Guys, back to you.
We are back with Mr. Smith Goes To.
And Tom's still in his PJs. Inspired by the Winter Olympics, Harry decided to take a trip downtown to explore one of New York's most vibrant areas, Chinatown. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning. Good morning. Really, it does.
There's a lot of room in here. If you guys let me know. It's like Snuggies for your legs.
Tell you what, with the Olympics over, and one of the sort of sad things about that, because of COVID restrictions, it's like our folks or even the athletes couldn't get around to sample the local culture, really, right? But a lot of places around the country, the Chinese culture is alive and well. In New York City, for instance, the biggest Chinese population in the United States, 500,000 people. We went down to Chinatown in Manhattan to get a little taste. A walk through New York's Chinatown is a food lover's dream journey. Our first stop, a grocery store.
This is such a pure window into 1,000-year-old culture and cuisine.
Our guide is Francis Lamb, writer, publisher, and host of The Splendid Table on public radio.
Anywhere you travel is you go to the market. You go see what people shop for. You go see what people eat. You go see what's important to people.
Lamb's mother shopped here, as have generations of Chinese, for here is a wall of ramen.
I am probably 45% by body weight noodle. There are all these different noodles, rice noodles, Thai style, Japanese style.
But the dried foods are the pride of Po Wing Fong Food Market. Delicacies.
These are dried abalones.
Pricey.
Oh, they're wild, 220 bucks a pound.
Delicious.
It doesn't taste like a fresh oyster, it just tastes like the evil superhero version of an oyster. Like it's just darker, moodier, it's like Batman.
Sophia Tsao is in charge here, but it's her mother who has been behind the counter for as long as anyone can remember.
What does it mean to you to follow in your family's footsteps to be running this store now?
For me personally, I like to think that I'm continuing their legacy. So I think that I'm not only just helping my family financially, but also the community.
Hang around a grocery store long enough and you'll get hungry.
What's our next stop?
I want to take you to the second coming of a classic tofu shop that was sort of more in the heart of Chinatown.
Inside, we watch the modern-day version of the ancient alchemy of tofu. Paul An is the proprietor of Fong An Tofu Shop.
It's starting to coagulate, and so now I'm going to cover it, and it will set, kind of like Jell-O.
The finished product, though, the texture of silk on your tongue. Served sweet or savory.
But you have that really, really creamy pudding. You get like the crunch of that shallot. And you get like the little crispiness of the pickles.
We tried both.
It's really one of those where has this been all my life sort of taste experiences.
On we wandered, wanting to stop everywhere and taste even what we did not recognize.
She said you can eat it raw if you want. What do you think?
Oh my God. This is so good.
It's like if a cucumber and a pear had a baby.
The energy in Chinatown is palpable, but life here is not what it once was.
In January of 2020, people stopped coming to Chinatown because it was the China virus.
Many a store shuttered, some permanently.
It's the economic devastation that we felt all over the country, but you layer on top of that a rise in hate crimes, a rise in racist rhetoric, a rise of scapegoating. It's rough, man. It's rough.
Yet people persevered, and perhaps no place better represents that than our last stop. Waiyan, Chinese fine dining. Chef Shen Lei Tang, son of the original chef, holds forth in the kitchen. Among the specialties, sesame noodles.
It's killer, right? Yeah. It's like a little bit of garlic, a little bit of scallion. But you can taste everything, and every flavor kind of comes and goes.
Honestly, I heard, okay, we're going to go have cold sesame noodles at this really fancy restaurant. This exceeds my expectations.
Far exceeds. The shredded beef, best I've ever had. And the key?
How come your food is so much better than everybody else's?
Cooking from your heart.
Cooking from your heart.
Cooking from your heart.
Right?
What a beautiful
Isn't that the
story.
truth? But Chinatown, the life is on the street there.
Mm.
You just feel the vibrancy as you walk around, and you kind of go, what's that? What's this? Stop in here, stop in there. Taste a little of this, taste a little
Well,
of that.
I'm glad you did that, because some of us, we want to go, but we just don't know what we're buying or what to look for. Like that one thing that looked like a cucumber.
I don't even know what it's called. That's the thing, was Francis didn't even know what it was.
Really?
That was the coolest part.
Was it sweet?
It was taste like a lemon and a zucchini and a cucumber all at the same time.
I'm going to Fong Ung for tofu.
Yeah.
That looks
Oh
amazing.
my God.
That was great,
Phenomenal. And they just scoop a little layer off at a time.
And it's a reminder of all the treasures there. You could spend a week in Chinatown in New York City and find new places.
Without question. The other thing about it also is one of the reasons we live in our cities is the amazing diversity.
Amen.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
and
God.
cities
I got
all over the country. There are
Right?
places we should visit. All right. Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Harry.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back. February is American Heart Month. So this morning on today's checklist, we're talking about how to be smart when it comes to your heart.
There are so many factors to keep your heart healthy, and here to have everything we need to know is cardiologist Dr. Suzanne Steinbaum. Dr. Steinbaum, good morning.
Good morning.
It's so nice to have you here, and I love doing these segments because heart disease runs in my family, but there are so many factors. I feel like, there's the BMI, there's your weight, there's the size of your waist. I mean, there's just so many factors to think of, but it's actually made simpler now with the 7 simple steps or
American Heart Association Life's Simple 7. So
what are they?
We talk about the behaviors. The first thing is absolutely no smoking. We know that, not even a puff, none.
Okay.
The next thing is exercise. The American Heart Association recommends 150 minutes per week of moderate intensity exercise. Mm-hmm. And of course, we talk about diet. And a diet that's high in fiber and vegetables, fruits, nuts, olive oil, good fats. Mm-hmm. The Mediterranean diet, that's really what we recommend to decrease heart disease.
Okay.
Then we go to the numbers. The numbers that are so critical is blood pressure. Now, when the blood pressure is low, it decreases the force on the arteries, the heart, the kidneys. It's actually one of the most important markers to get low to prevent heart disease, heart attacks, and strokes. We want that number less than 120/80. Then we go to the cholesterol. Now, cholesterol is a really important factor in heart attacks and strokes, and we want that number less than 200.
The bad cholesterol.
Now, that's the total one. The LDL is the bad stuff, and that can be really, really important to keep low to prevent cardiovascular disease. The next one are sugars. Now, sugars we know go up in diabetes, but even slightly elevated sugars can be damaging to the heart. So you've got to go to your doctor and get it checked. A hemoglobin A1C of less than 5.7, that's what we're looking for. And then the last number is weight.
Okay.
Now, when we talk about weight, a lot of times we've spoken about body mass index, but now we're going to talk about waist circumference because that in itself can increase the risk of cardiovascular disease. So in women, less than 35 inches, in men, less than 40 inches, and those are our goals.
Okay.
All right. Now you get to do a little spin.
Yes.
Okay. A little choreography. This one we don't have to dwell on it for too long, but I think it's important to talk about the connection between stress, if you're stressed out, and your heart health. What do we need to know?
Listen, we all know this. For the past 2 years, we have all been under stress. It is toxic. There's that good stress, you know, those skiers on top of the mountain in the Olympics, that's great. But that bad stress that's chronic increases inflammation, increases the potential of cardiovascular disease. So having stress management every day is critical.
All right.
Meditation, yoga, breathing exercise, laughter, being
all
with
of those
people,
things, and social support.
That's a good list. Doctor, come on down.
Go right down to the guys
So
now.
we've talked about what to do day to day, but the reality is, bottom line, heart attacks happen. What are the signs to look for?
So important when a heart attack happens. In men, we have the classic Hollywood heart attack, elephant sitting on your chest, chest pressure, radiating down the left arm and sweating. But in women, it could be slightly more subtle and different. Shortness of breath, jaw pain, back pain, nausea, vomiting, sweating, even flu-like symptoms could be a sign of heart attack in women.
So, doctor, so many people, there's so much to know. You could be overwhelmed. What's the first step you need?
I'm going to tell you 4 quick things. 80% of the time, heart disease is preventable. Number 2, know your numbers. Those things we talked about, get them checked. Go to your doctor. Number 3, talk to your family. Do you have a family history? If you do, you're at risk. And the last one, pick one thing to do every single day to get yourself healthier and keep going, and you can do it.
One thing a day.
Yes. One thing a day.
Dr. Steinbaum, thank you so much. It's an important reminder this morning.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is President's Day. You know, we love to celebrate this holiday with a trivia pop quiz.
Yeah, okay, and this is literally one of my least favorite words, a pop
But
quiz.
it's true, because
we're going to pop a balloon. All right,
Yes.
well, Donna's here.
Tell us, Donna.
Okay, so this is going to be fun. Here's how it's going to work.
Okay.
I'm going to read you a question, either about a fictional president or a real-life president. There will be 3 options, okay? Each corresponding to a different color balloon. So instead of A, B, or C, it'll be red, white, and blue.
Oh, right, well,
you
okay.
will have to dash across, pick the correct color balloon, bring it back, and sit on it so that you pop it. So let's get popping, okay?
Okay, let's go.
Are you ready?
Okay, ready.
Yes. Okay, first one. Let me read.
Okay, you have to finish it.
Who was the first president to appear on TV? Red, Calvin Coolidge, white, Franklin D. Roosevelt, or blue, Harry S. Truman?
Get out of me! Oh my God, I hate this part.
God, this is terrifying.
I know, I don't like
I
sitting on
hope
balloons.
everyone
I
at
really
home
don't.
doesn't
I have a
hate that
fear of
sound.
them.
But great job. You
My
did
heart
it.
is pounding. I don't know if I'm good at this game.
You
okay,
did it.
but there, by the way,
Can we just pick the balloon? I don't like sitting. Did it hurt when you
No,
sat?
it doesn't.
Should
It
we
doesn't.
disclose
No.
what happened before the commercial?
No, let's continue.
Okay, all right. Question 2. In the movie The American President, Michael Douglas plays which president running for re-election? Red, Andrew Shepard, white, Bruce Fox, or blue, Samuel Smith?
Oh God, 1, 2.
I don't want to play.
How does that happen? How does that
Andrew
happen?
Shepard.
Andrew Shepard, yes, good job.
Try it. Just try it. Don't be afraid.
Try it. You
I'm
got
okay,
it.
I'm gonna
You're
go slow.
never
You do this
afraid.
one.
Okay, question
You got
3.
it. You can do it.
Who was the shortest president with a height of 5 feet 4 inches? Red, James
Okay, you do
Madison,
it.
white, Rutherford B.
You do
Hayes,
it.
or blue,
Go,
Miller
go, go,
Fillmore?
go. Just pick
Okay, I
one.
think it's Rutherford B. Hayes, but I have no idea.
Okay, why don't you sit?
Okay, I hate this so much.
Goodbye.
You know what? I'll
1,
save you the
2,
pop. 'cause
3.
it's
Sit
wrong.
down. Sit.
It's
sit.
wrong.
It's
sit.
wrong.
Sit.
It's wrong.
No, just sit on it. But you have to let her do. Ow! That hurt. Okay, now do I get to
He
steal?
was giving us all anxiety a little bit. It was James Madison, by the way.
Oh.
Okay. So that was also wrong.
wrong.
But fun fact, there were 6 James presidents. Okay.
5'4"?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was an Abe Lincoln was
How do you feel?
6 feet
You're
4
okay?
inches.
You don't like it. She don't like you. Okay, let's continue.
Question 4. True or false? Selena Meyer never becomes president on Veep. Hoda, you got this one. Red, true, white, false.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. Oh my God. Oh, I hate it so much. I can't do it.
Hoda, you're great at popping.
I'm sweaty.
I know. How come?
I think we're all sweating.
I feel like it's like I'm getting shot. Yes. Okay. It is scary.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the most common first name for a U.S. president? Red William, White John, Blue James.
She just told us.
I know. I was hoping that you would forget.
Oh God. Oh no.
Me.
Jenna got it right. I gave it away. That was a mistake. Oh, that was a mistake on my part.
Yes, it will. Just
I
you're
actually
skinny.
hate-
That's what happens.
No.
You're
Okay.
both skinny. Okay, here we go.
No, it's never over.
Which one of these actors has never played the president? Red Morgan Freeman, white Jamie Foxx, blue Matt Damon.
Where you took my blue? Oh shoot! Oh gosh! Ow!
Jenna, I've never seen you this scared
I don't
before.
like it.
It's kind of sweet
You know
and
what's funny?
endearing.
Your fear is eclipsing your competitive.
Yeah. Have you
which is
ever
so
seen
weird.
this?
I know.
We have to embrace our fears.
I don't want to.
Okay, this is the final one. So let's
She's
pop.
winning by 4-1. So okay, go ahead.
But we just want you to face your fear. Okay. One of the most beloved TV presidents was Jed Bartlett on The West
Yeah.
Wing. Before becoming president, Jed was governor of what state?
I don't
Red,
know.
New Hampshire, white, Massachusetts, or blue,
Just
Delaware?
guess. We don't have to pop it.
Massachusetts.
I'm gonna go with New Hampshire.
You guys just aren't getting
No,
it.
we're not. We're not.
We don't like
we
it.
can't.
Okay, well, Hoda, you were right, and you're the winner.
Okay.
And a quick ad, Selena Meyer was president on the show Veep.
Okay, what do we get?
Okay, well, guess what? Since every competitor needs to throw some shade at the other, we've got some fun
You look
Uncle
so
Sam
cute.
Okay,
shade.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
so
Donna.
much,
That was
Donna.
really fun.
We hope you join us for another big show tomorrow and today. One of the biggest stars from the Winter Games is paying Studio 1A a visit. Gold medal winning figure skater Nathan Chen.
I'm going to tune in for that. I shall be here. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you then. Have a great holiday.
Douglas Street and Broadway in Wichita, Kansas. Busy today and 63 years ago when a bus stop set by Dockham Drugstore, a restaurant where riders could sit and have a cup of coffee, unless you were black.
They were on their way to clean white homes, prepare meals for white families, take care of white children. And they might have welcomed on cold mornings to have a hot cup of coffee and sit down inside while waiting for the bus. Well, that wasn't going to happen.
Dockham Drugstore probably isn't in your history books, but it would become the site of a civil rights breakthrough that's only beginning to get recognition.
If you wanted to get something to eat at the Dockham Drugstore, how did it happen then?
Well, they politely told us we could get food to carry out.
Segregation was not reserved for the South. In the 1950s, aspects of black and white communities in Wichita were very much separate and unequal.
Certainly, I can remember having to, if I went to a movie theater downtown, having to sit in the balcony. I couldn't sit on the main floor.
The young adult chapter of the NAACP decided to press for equality at Dockham, hoping change at one store would ripple through the franchise. They prepared for months, and in July of 1958, one of the leaders of the sit-in, Carol Parks Hahn, dressed in her Sunday best, sat at the counter and asked for a Coke. She was followed by one black student after another, each taking a seat at a stool. They simply wanted to sit and have a soda. They were denied the request. Peggy Wesley was just 15 at the time.
We just went in shifts and sat there, and we were very quiet. If somebody said anything to us, we were not to respond to any negativity, of course, and name calling and whatever, and there was a lot of that.
This is the only photo that exists of the sit-in, published in the local African American newspaper. The threat of violence, always a concern.
A young white male looked up and saw me, and he turned so he would bump me, and he didn't hurt me, but I knew why he did that.
The sit-in went on for 3 weeks until the owner of Dockham Drugstore walked in and told the store manager to serve them. He was losing too much business.
We were just elated when we finally could sit down and have a soda with our friends at the counter.
The Rexall drugstore chain joined its Dockham franchise in abolishing discriminatory practices at their stores nationwide, making the Dockham drugstore sit-in the first successful student-led sit-in of the civil rights era, according to the NAACP. The famous lunch counter sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina, began a year and a half later in 1960.
What did you think when the word started to reach you that this was starting to happen in other cities?
That there is such a thing as positive contagion. Growing up at that point in time, you better damn sure make sure that it's something positive that you can go home about and feel proud about.
Quiet pride, you might say. The story of their sit-in barely known within many in the black community in Wichita.
And I grew up with so many of you, and there were a lot of us who had no idea that the man who was sitting right next to me in church had gone through all of those things. Right. How is it that folks weren't talking about this? I didn't know this.
It was another event in our lives that was over, and it didn't appear to be a big thing then. Most of our parents who were not involved in the NAACP didn't know that we were doing that.
Did your father know what you were doing?
No, he didn't. I never did disclose to him.
We really didn't talk about it, and in fact, my daughters didn't even know I had not spoken about it to them.
A little-known sit-in, a peaceful act of courage for the right to be treated equally.
What would you say to teenagers now who have that itch to fight for civil rights? What advice would you give to a young person now, almost 60 years later?
The water's fine. It may be too cold sometime, or maybe too warm even sometime, but seriously, you'll feel better about yourself if you strive to make this a better world, a better community.
Damn. Wow.
I have so many takeaways. I could talk about this for the next hour, but I think if there is any takeaway, you know, when we talk about Black History Month, we often talk about Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, trailblazers for sure in their own right. But I guarantee you, if you're watching right now, there are trailblazers in your community, your neighbors, somebody who sits next to you at church, and sometimes they're just not sharing their stories. So I think it's so important to sit down and to talk to our relatives and to hear what they have to say. And really quickly, coming up in our third hour, we track down the granddaughter of the owner of the store at the time.
Oh, wow.
And she has something to say.
Oh, now I have chills.
Oh.
Gosh.
What did they do with that building there in Wichita? Is it still there?
Not there anymore. Yeah, I mean, you know, it was 60 years ago.
Sure. I like his last comment. The water's fine.
Water's just fine.
That was that was beautiful.
Maybe warm.
Yes, yes. So thank you guys for talking with me. They, you know, my grandmother had to call them and get them to talk.
Your grandma can be
right after it was over, Peggy said, "Okay, can you call your grandmother now and tell her that I talked to you?" So
I just love the synergy though, like the full circle, and now that you get to tell their story.
Yeah.
What
Such an honor.
Your hometown.
Such an honor.
Thank you for sharing.
Thanks, Chanel.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
He is the historian and Harvard professor who helps celebrities discover the stories and secrets of their ancestors with the turn of a page, like Pharrell Williams, Oprah, and Nathan Lane.
Don't you love that?
I love
turn
it.
of the
I
page.
love that phrase.
We're talking, of course, about Henry Louis Gates Jr., who hosts one of the most riveting series on TV. It's called Finding Your Roots. It's on PBS, and he is with us now. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're great, and we love that moment where you have these guests on your show and you reveal something to them that just changes their history, and then I think maybe changes their future. What is it like to be in that moment?
Oh, it's very exciting. It's a gift and a great responsibility. I remember when I had to tell LL Cool J, his name is Todd Smith, that his mother had been adopted in 1947, and he had no idea. She had suspected it, but she didn't know for sure. And her adoptive mother had always said, she had asked her twice, and she said, no, you were not adopted. But it turns out she was. And then we actually found her biological mother, who was 88 years old, living in a nursing home, and connected them, and they had a reunion.
Wow.
It's a huge responsibility and a great gift.
And the emotions just pour out of people. We were thinking about Andy Samberg, learning his history. Will you tell us about that and how his mother learned?
Oh, well, Andy's mother was adopted. She knew that she was adopted, and he had hired an investigator to try to find her biological parents. And when all else failed, they came to us. So I told him, look, we can't promise, but we're going to do our best. And he brought his mother. Sometimes guests do. They'll bring their families to the set. And she was sitting behind the screen with the producers, and we had wired the booth so that she could see what he was seeing. So he told me the story and how frustrating it was. So I said, Andy, please turn the page. And he turned the page, and I said, Andy, you're looking at your mother's biological mother.
my God.
And I heard this wail.
Yes.
It was, it's impossible to describe how moving it was. You know, people cry a lot. I get teary, but I broke down at this moment. We had to stop filming, and she came from behind the screen and looked at her mother, and she just wept, and they hugged each other. We all cried.
I mean, your job is just beautiful, and you've said, and I love this, and you've done this work forever, that we are 99.9% the same. And this
That's
divided time, how important is it to remember that?
No, thank you for mentioning that. I think that the reason the series is so popular is that it has two subliminal messages. One is that we're all immigrants. We are all immigrants. My African ancestors didn't come here willingly. They didn't come on the Mayflower, right? But they were unwilling immigrants, but they came here from elsewhere. They were immigrants. Even our Native American brothers and sisters migrated here 15,000 years ago. Martin Luther King gave a great commencement speech at Stanford in which he said that we're a nation of exiles. And we are. And we have to remember that we're exiles, we're immigrants, and that at the level of the genome, we're 99.99% the same.
Henry! Amen. Thank you, Henry, so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you. And you can watch this beautiful show. It's called Finding Your Roots. It's every Tuesday night on PBS, and it's streaming on the PBS video app.
We'll be right back after this.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You can be an A, you can be an architect, get a building to kiss the sky. You can be a B, you can be a biochemist, make medicine save lives.
Meet 6-year-old Sam White. His ABC rap, with more than 2 million views, teaches kids about future career possibilities.
I remember firefighter, I remember architect, and I remember nurse. I remember it because I have a really sharp memory.
He's inspired thousands and even caught the attention of a former First Lady.
She posted it online and then Mommy showed it to me, and so I felt really good.
But Sam isn't the only amazing kid that's caught the eye of someone in the White House.
You inspire me.
My name is Kavanaugh Bell, and I'm 8 years old. I was dealing with a hard time from some bullies, and just gave a darkness inside me, but I didn't want other kids to feel the same way that I felt, so I made it my mission to make sure that other kids really don't have to feel what I've gone through.
Kavanaugh embarked on a journey to end bullying, but also wanted to spread love and positivity to all. He used his own savings and donations from a GoFundMe to create care packages for the elderly and eventually open his own community food pantry.
It just made me feel beautiful inside that I was actually able to help people in the first place, and to actually have a bunch of donations to start my own community pantry that help thousands of people.
Another young entrepreneur is using her lemonade business to help save the planet.
My name is Michaela Omer, and I'm 16 years old.
At 4 years old, she entered her lemonade recipe in a kids' entrepreneurship competition and was inspired to launch her own business. Since then, she's landed a deal on the show Shark Tank and become the proud owner of Me and the Bees Lemonade.
I have a book called Be Fearless, and another part of that title is called Dream Like a Kid. We're really good at dreaming of the possibilities rather than the problems. Like, I came up with a quote when I was going through challenges at Me and the Bees, which is, don't be discouraged by life's little stings, but get back up and spread your wings. I'm quite honored that I have so much support and so many people who are excited to see Black girls thrive. But it's also like I want to make sure that I'm representing like our sisters well. There's pressure on me to make sure that I'm doing well and setting a good role model.
I want all kids to know that they can have an impact no matter their age, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't do something.
I want all kids to know they can be anything they want to be.
What I want all kids to know is that you're never too young to make an impact, so get started now.
And we're back with, it says, one of our favorite segments. I don't know, Steals and Deals is still my favorite, but Mr. Smith goes to...
That's hard.
Is my second favorite on the show.
Good one. All right, right? So this morning, this is going to be good. Harry is taking us to Tacoma, Washington, to introduce us to a family on a mission, and a mission to educate as many people as possible about these untold stories of some African Americans.
So... we're in Tulsa earlier this summer, reporting on the race massacre of 100 years ago. We're in a little community center there, and off in a little corner is just this tiny room with a couple of pieces in it, right? And kind of looking in, and here comes Bernard Kinsey. And he's just this bigger-than-life person, says, let me show you what we got here, right? And he says, but this is a tiny little sample. The real thing, if you want to see it, come to Tacoma later this summer. So we did.
Wow.
Tacoma, Washington has a beautiful art museum. The couple in this picture, it's their name on the giant sign outside.
To whom much is given, much is required, and a life with no regrets, and that's what we try to live every day.
Bernard and Shirley Kinsey are here to share their life's passion, a breathtaking collection of art and historic memorabilia.
People always want to know, where do you find these things? And I had to stop and think yesterday. I said, well, you know, I don't even remember how we found it. It literally found us.
What you will find inside is beautiful, evocative, rich, and revelatory. Like this signature painting by Ava Casey, a woman unshackled, on her dress, tiny inscriptions of African-American inventions.
Airplane safety device, blood plasma preserve, seed planters, corn harvesters, phone transmitters, shoemaker cabinet, just everything on here.
Right.
And then you see those, her bracelets are like shackles.
Yeah.
And now.
Yeah, and look at the story. We did not come to America because it was a better place. We came and made it a better place.
In the mural that is America's story, there are crucial sections that are blank. Between the broad brushstrokes, what's missing are details. Details that make it richer, more defined, more truthful, like the service of black soldiers in World War I.
We had 400,000 black men go off to Europe, but they could only dig ditches and bury the dead. The French government asked General Pershing to allow the black troops to fight in French uniform and French guns, French tanks, and the 369th Harlem Hellfighters out of Harlem took on the task. And they fought for 192 days and was the first regiment to reach the Rhine River.
Black history, says Bernard, is American history.
41st and 42nd Congress, 1870, black senator and congressman in the South, elected because black people could vote. In other words, in 1867, we voted. If you vote, you get this, okay? That's just that simple.
History and art that's transparent, transformative.
And this particular piece reminds me of home. I grew up on a little dirt road, in a 2-bedroom house with tin roof.
The piece by artist Huey Lee Smith.
So when I saw this, a number of years ago now, I looked at that and I said, you know, that's me. That's me jumping rope on the foundation of the house I grew up in. Didn't know where I was going, but I was going somewhere.
Somewhere was historically black Florida A&M University, where she met Bernard. 2 things about Shirley caught his attention.
She's always the prettiest lady in the room. And she had such courage to get arrested during the civil rights period at Florida A&M.
And while the art collection came later, it's been funded in part. Well, listen to this.
You know, we agreed that when we moved to California from Tallahassee, that we would save her check and live on my check. And for the first 15 years, we didn't spend a paycheck.
And my friends say, oh, Shirley, that's your money y'all spending now.
The collection, or parts of it, have been displayed from Epcot to Hong Kong and seen by millions.
3 things. I hope they walk away being inspired, motivated, and a little bit more educated. I hope they have something inside, one of those, I think it was Oprah who used to call them aha moments. Like, oh, this is why that happened. This is why this is going on. This is what we can do about it.
Walk through the collection, and you can almost hear the words of poet Maya Angelou.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise.
Coming to the Kinsey collection, your brain is going to be doing like this.
No question, you will get schooled by what you see here, but in a good way.
We are fully American.
The Kinsey's son, Khalil, is curator of the collection.
That's my wish, is that this is enriching, you know, and that people come and that they get something from it, whether it's big or small, but that they, again, leave expanded and enjoy the time.
We certainly did.
So if you were in the Pacific Northwest, you must go.
We learned something I did just from this piece.
Right? Yeah, and honestly, we're in there for hours. We're in there all day.
Right.
It gives me goosebumps to think about just how it's edifying. I mean, you get in there and there's so much beautiful to see, and there's so much to learn in such a good way.
And you were saying that's just a piece of the collection.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a lot.
I love that you're just. You're
And oh, by the way, they started with $78 in their pockets when they moved to Los Angeles.
Where is that again?
It's in Tacoma, Washington. There's a big art museum there.
Oh my
Yep,
goodness,
yep.
Harry, thank you.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News, streaming free now.
If anybody knows the power of a good book, it is Jenna Bush Hager. And you found two people who love books as much as you love books.
Or maybe even more. I sure did. I caught up with the husband and wife founders of Hidden Gems Literary Emporium in New Brunswick, New Jersey. And it truly is a gem where the community can come together over a love of reading. Take a look.
Knowledge is worth more than rubies, worth more than gold, worth more than money. So we feel as though we are two of the richest people in New Brunswick.
For Kyla Boulware-Sekas and Raymond Sekas, in every book, there's a hidden gem.
Once I got into books, then I realized the world just opened up to me.
While their bookstore might be named Hidden Gems, the couple has spent the last year making sure reading is available for everyone in their New Jersey community. But their beacon of light all stemmed from a moment of darkness just last year with their son, Truth.
We were taking Truth to a bookstore. People are staring at us and, whispering. When you leave, the cashier is calling someone like, okay, they left now. So now we're in the car and we're frustrated and sad.
I just prayed. I said, put us into a position where we can have our own bookstore, where everyone can feel comfortable.
Within weeks, that prayer was answered. A local art studio offered them space for their bookstore, and the couple got to work.
The response was just literally so amazing. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people sending us books. The line was out the door and around the block. They couldn't believe that the book was free.
In the short time Hidden Gems Literary Emporium has been open, countless people have been touched by their service, like the independent authors around the world given a chance on Kyla and Raymond's shelves.
All the authors that are out there, how they're giving them a platform to get their names out there. No one else is doing that.
What might look just like a bookstore is so much more, from giving away thousands of free books to hosting events and classes for all ages to rallying their community to help neighbors in need. Even giving a free piano to a 12-year-old musician.
Our piano teacher told us that her piano wasn't working anymore. And I was thinking, when are we going to be able to afford a piano? When Kayla came into our lives, she changed it.
I saw the piano rolling up into the house and I just couldn't believe my eyes. It was like a dream come true.
This all happened because of a trip that didn't go the way you hoped it would. And now you've created this oasis for other kids.
If we want to see changes in this world, if we want our children to love the things that we need them to love to grow, then we need to invest in them.
And on a day commemorating the importance of service, a reminder that the work of few can impact an entire community.
I see Kyla Ray and Hidden Gems furthering the legacy of what Martin Luther King Jr. actually wanted. They are taking, up that torch.
They don't think about themselves. They focus on the mission.
They're actually going out about in the world and they're helping others.
Do you feel like you're living your life's purpose?
Absolutely. Yeah. We just hope that we can fulfill our mission, which is to spread love through literacy.
So I want to introduce you to somebody. His name is Mateo Azcarapour. He wrote an incredible book called Black Buck. It's one of my favorite books that I've ever read.
Nice to meet you both. What you both have done is just absolutely incredible. A small token of my appreciation. We would like to donate 100 copies of Black Buck to both of you.
What?
Yeah, and there's more. We'd also like to host an event with you down the line. This is just the beginning of our partnership.
That's awesome. Thank you, man.
I can't wait to meet with you both and just be in community with you, to drop by Hidden Gems myself. Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
They're giving books away. How incredible is that?
Yeah.
And it's an organization that we should all look for and try to help out. And something that Mateo and I both were struck by is how much Kyla and Raymond love one another. They're the most beautiful partners. I couldn't believe it. And that's making all of this possible.
Well, I know you want to learn more about it. So if you do, you can go to today or hodaandjenna.com and we'll give all details of that.
Okay, pretty awesome.
Make some slices here. Good job. You okay?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today's episode is one that we're calling Grandma's Greatest because it features recipes from two amazing grandmas. First up, you'll see me and Calvin whipping up my mom's pasta salad, and then we tackle my grandmother's short ribs. You know, one of the biggest obstacles timid cooks face in the kitchen is just not knowing where to start or what to make. Well, here's a good rule of thumb. Always cook what you know and what you loved growing up. Just think back to what your parents and grandparents always served. I've also found that family recipes are often the simplest, which is probably why our parents made them so often. This first recipe is proof of that. You only need 5 ingredients: pasta, canned tomatoes, black olives, parsley, and olive oil. Take a look.
All right, so let's get the ingredients ready. How this thing works. So we're gonna use a can of tomatoes, but these are cooked tomatoes. They're not raw tomatoes. So you'll like these because they're cooked tomatoes, okay? Now turn that as hard as you can. Use those muscles. Do you want some help? There we go. Do you know what these are?
What? Olives.
Black olives. On taste one, you haven't tried one in a long time. Ollie loves them. Ollie loves olives. A little bit. I love them. I could eat them like this. So we got our tomatoes, our olives. You know what this is? Got some parsley. All right, you want to chop this for me? Why don't you put your hand like that? There we go. Good job. Now I'm just gonna make these all a little smaller, okay? This adds a nice pop of green and a nice freshness to the whole dish. So a lot of times my mom would use elbow noodles, the ones that look like C's or U's as you call them. I felt like using tricolor pasta. You know why they call it tricolor pasta? Why? Because there's 3 colors. So this one is just made with wheat. This one has tomato in it. And what do you think's in this one if it's green?
Broccoli.
Close. What else is green? What's green and leafy?
Celery.
Well, celery has some leaves. What looks like lettuce?
Spinach.
Yay! Cool. I'm gonna dump this in, okay? While that's boiling, can you dump the can of tomatoes in here? Now all of the olives, the parsley. Ah, good call, buddy. Good idea. Now we wait. Can you taste that? Perfect. All right, drain the noodle. All right, I want to pour these into this bowl. Dump a whole bunch of olive oil in here.
All of it?
Not all of it. I'll tell you when. All around. Swirl it all around. A little salt. This will come out fast, so let's give it a big stir. Before we put this in the fridge to let it cool down, let's taste it, okay? You like it? Tastes even better when it's cold.
So I thought this was such an easy recipe, but you guys had a lot of questions about it, so let's get to them. First, what's the last seasoning you put on this salad? Just salt and pepper. There's not a lot of seasoning or anything that goes into this salad, so if I sprinkle anything on it, it's really just salt and pepper. I'm a big fan of salt and pepper. Next question, did you drain the tomatoes? No, I put the whole can with the diced tomatoes and the liquid because some of the pasta absorbs some of that liquid, so it helps to add some moisture to the dish. Another viewer asked, do you think it would still be tasty without the olives? Yes, the thing that's the best part about this recipe is this is just a base. If you don't like olives, if you don't like parsley, leave them out. If you want to put some cubed cheese in there or some pepperoni, throw that in. Really, it's just about a base, and if you like it a little tangier, you could probably throw in some Italian dressing. It's just a basic pasta salad. This is the way we always made it, but feel free to change it up however you want. Another question about olives, are they sliced black olives? Yes, I kept this recipe even simpler by buying the actual pre-sliced black olives, but you can buy regular olives and slice them up. I bet if you like it tangy, it would even taste good with green olives too. And another question about the tomatoes. What brand of tomatoes do you use? I'm not that loyal to a particular brand, but I do love San Marzano tomatoes whenever you can find them, whether you're using diced tomatoes or you're using, crushed tomatoes to make a sauce. San Marzano tomatoes are just a little bit sweeter, so you don't have to add the sugar to them, and they're straight from Italy, and they're just absolutely delicious. Slightly more expensive, but totally worth it, I promise.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. This episode is all about celebrating family recipes passed down from generation to generation. And Calvin absolutely loves his grandma's recipe for pasta salad, and I absolutely love my grandma's recipe for short ribs. So my grandmother lived in an apartment that my dad built above our garage in our house. So it was always special when we kind of walked up the stairs to my grandmother's apartment for dinner. Her home was always warm and cozy, and it always just smelled so good, whether it was, beef and barley soup or these short ribs. I just remember it was always like a meat and potatoes or a hearty dish. And we'd all just sit around at her brown dining room table, and it was just special. We were still home, but we were over Graham's house eating one of her recipes, and they were always so delicious. For this recipe, you'll need short ribs, paprika, chili powder, poultry seasoning, onion, tomato paste, egg noodles, peas, and salt and pepper. Say hi, Mammy.
Hi, Mammy.
Hi, Cal. How are you today?
I asked you for the recipe, and you said, you just throw the meat in a dish, you throw this together, you put it on top, you cover it for a little, you cook it for a little.
There was no written instructions with the recipe, so a lot depended on looking at it, seeing what it's doing, throw it in the oven a little bit longer, that kind of thing.
Well, I wish you could be here with me to help make this and especially eat it with us. It'll be a tight squeeze, but we'll see if we can get them all here. Okay. There we go. They're all squeezed in there, right?
Yeah. Okay.
A little salt, pepper. Now we have to slice up an onion.
Oh, what if it hurts my eyes?
I know.
Can I close my eyes?
Well, then it's hard to cut and close your eyes at the same time. Okay. I'm gonna make some slices here. Good job. You okay? We've got all kinds of spices here, okay?
Are we gonna mix them up?
Yeah, but first, I want you to scoop all of this tomato paste into here as well, okay? You pour this water in there.
I cannot still do it.
Because you're here to help me. Okay, so now we're going to pour all of this all over our short ribs.
Now we're gonna bake them.
Then we're gonna bake them, you're right. So all you have to do, we're gonna cover this with foil. We're gonna bake it for like 45 minutes.
45 minutes. I have chocolate, right?
That's right. This looks yummy. Now we'll put it back in the oven without the foil so it finishes cooking.
Where's the noodles?
This tastes exactly like my grandma's.
Is hers yummy?
Hers is so yummy.
One of the questions I get asked all the time is, what are the tools you use with Calvin in the kitchen? And knives are the big question because I'm cooking with a kid and here he is chopping some vegetables. So when I first started cooking with Calvin, I did all the chopping. I didn't want him anywhere near a knife. He did the stirring, he did the breaking of the eggs, he did all that. Then once he wanted to participate more, I found these knives. They're plastic knives. You can find them anywhere online. So they're sharp enough to cut, but they're not really sharp enough that Calvin would cut his finger. So the best vegetables this works for are something like zucchini, something like cooked potatoes. Hard-boiled egg would be good. Soft fruits like berries or pears. And you know, it takes a little bit of strength, but at least it, you know, is not going to hurt them, and it kind of just gets them used to, you know, some knife skills. I would also, you know, kind of do this for Calvin. I'd chop this up with my knife and then just give him a little bit to just sort of learn how to rock the knife, learn how to keep his hands out of the way, and just really basic knife skills with soft fruits and vegetables. That's what these knives are good for. Eventually, it became a thing though where, you know, you're making soup and you're chopping some harder stuff like carrots and onions. So I needed to upgrade a little bit. And I found these great knives. This is an actual knife. I mean, it's sharp and it will cut through your hard vegetables. But the thing I love about it is it also comes with this shield. So it teaches you the proper way to cut. So Calvin can put his hand here and he learns, you know, you stick your finger through this hole, so he learns, you know, not to put his finger under here, so his hand placement is good on the knife. And then he learns to kind of rock, but look at how this is like a real sharp knife for a kid, but it's all safe. The hand that's holding the knife knows how to hold it properly. The hand that's holding the food knows how to hold it properly so that your fingers are kept out of the way. The thing I love about this brand is that it also comes with a peeler. Calvin loves apples and pears. Obviously he loves carrots, but he does not like the skin on anything. He'd peel a blueberry if he could. So the same kind of thing. You stick your finger in the hole, and then it teaches you to just have your fingers out of the way. So my job is to make sure he holds, you know, the right end and isn't like, you know, doing it the wrong way. And this thing's role is to make sure Calvin holds this the right way. So you can see how sharp they are. They work. So once your kid masters the plastic knife, I think it's good to upgrade to the real deal. The next time you go to your parents' or your grandparents' house, look through their recipe boxes. You may just find some delicious gems that you totally forgot about. But until then, I hope you'll try my family recipes and let me know what you think. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
So first, what you're gonna need is breadcrumbs, Italian seasoning, olive oil, and shredded mozzarella cheese. My name is Peyton Janicki, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. I'm Peyton Janicki, I'm 8 years old, and I'm in 3rd grade. My earliest memory of cooking is when I was younger, I used to help my grandma make apple and pumpkin pies for Thanksgiving. I love cooking with my grandma because she's very nice and she's also a really good cook, and at the end I get to eat it. We need to add some chicken broth with a pot of oil in it, and you need to let that sit before we add the couscous. My favorite thing about having my YouTube channel, Practically Peyton, it's basically just cooking and just like, it's not even hard for me. It's really fun. I love to cook for my mom, my dad, and my little brother Michael. I also bake for my dog sometimes. For his first birthday, I helped bake him a cake. And it was basically just dog food, but shaped into like a bone shape. And it also came with some icing for dogs. He loved it so much. Some of my favorite hobbies are softball, swimming, dance, basketball, singing, and piano. When I grow up, there's 3 things that I might want to be. I want to be a teacher, a chef, and an art teacher because I love to do art. I think that cooking is basically kind of like art. I might put in the wrong ingredient and I still want to see how it turns out. It's basically like mixing paint colors. Today I'm so excited because I get to show you how to make Nanny's stuffed chicken breast and roasted broccoli. A couple of years ago, my nanny created this recipe because she was really good at making chicken cutlets, and she knew one of my favorite foods was pepperoni. So she magically put the pepperoni in the chicken cutlets, and it was amazing. Okay guys, let's get started. I'm so excited. Make sure you preheat the oven to 425 degrees. First thing is we are going to line this cookie sheet with foil, and then we're gonna spray it with some non-stick baking spray. I love using foil because it makes cleanup super easy. The first ingredients that you're gonna need is breadcrumbs, Italian seasoning, olive oil, and shredded mozzarella cheese. I like using shredded mozzarella cheese because you don't have to shred it. And it's just like so hard shredding it, and you can get hurt shredding it. In a small bowl, I'm going to add breadcrumbs, Italian seasoning, olive oil, and mozzarella cheese. This is my topping. The cheese and the olive oil are going to make the chicken brown, crispy, and delicious. So now you're gonna grab your thin chicken breast, salt, pepper, mozzarella cheese, pepperoni, and sour cream. The thinner the chicken breast, the better, because we're kind of making a pepperoni sandwich. And the bun is the chicken. Place half of the chicken breast on the prepared foil. Now we're gonna season it with salt and pepper. This is like sprinkling fairy dust. Now we're gonna sprinkle it with a half a cup of shredded mozzarella cheese. You wanna make sure you spread it evenly throughout the 4 chicken breasts. You don't wanna skip out on the cheese. My brother loves cheese, so I think I'm gonna give him a little bit extra. He'll thank me later. My favorite step of this whole thing, adding the pepperoni. So you want to add 3 pieces of pepperoni on each slice, each piece of chicken. What I love most about pepperoni is probably like it has like a little spice to it. It has like a little hotness. I love pepperoni so much. I even eat it for breakfast sometimes. And secretly, I try to sneak it into all of my recipes. Now we're gonna place the other half of the chicken on top of all of these pieces of chicken. Now we're going to put a thin layer of sour cream onto the chicken. This has a really good flavor, and it also helps make the breadcrumbs stick to the chicken. It's kind of like frosting a cake. Now we are going to put the breadcrumb mixture on top of the chicken. I like this breadcrumb mixture because it makes the chicken like nice and crispy, and it gives a different but good flavor. See, this is the magic of the sour cream because it's sticking perfectly. This is looking so good. I can't wait to eat it. Now it's time to put this in the oven. It looks great, but I can't do it since I'm a kid, so I need help from my dad. Dad! Now we're gonna bake that for 20 minutes, and in the meantime, I'm going to bake one of my most favorite side dishes, roasted broccoli.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Fun fact, it is actually like when you get any vegetable and put salt, pepper, olive oil, and garlic powder like on top of it and bake it, it'll taste amazing. I actually won't eat broccoli any other way. I always make it this way and I love it. Now the first thing we're gonna do is cut the broccoli into florets, but you can also just pull them apart. And then you can have a parent cut it a little bit more after. Now that we're getting to the middle, I'm just gonna leave this for Mom. Mom, can you come help me? Let's cut the broccoli. Make sure they're at a similar size so they roast evenly. Well, you're a fast cutter. Now, you're gonna add olive oil, salt, pepper, and garlic powder. Now you want to mix this really well. And cooking can get messy, so do it with your hands. It feels like, I don't know, like, have you ever like felt foam beads for like slime? It feels like that, but like wet and a little bit like more like crunchy. You want to make sure they're in one row or layer, because if it's not, it'll just steam instead of getting all like crispy and delicious. It's time to put this baby in the oven, but I need help. Dad? Now we have to wait 10 minutes. It's starting to smell so good, so that's a good sign. I'm getting super hungry too. Look at how amazing this looks. It looks so delicious. The chicken, it looks so crispy and good, and the broccoli, the same. It looks very crispy and good. I imagine it in my mouth, tasting so good. All right, let's plate it. I'm gonna plate another one because I have a special guest. I can't wait until she arrives. She's gonna love this meal. Oh my gosh, perfect timing, she's here.
Oh my goodness, this is the chicken dish I taught you how to make. Peyton, it's beautiful. It smells delicious.
That's what you were sniffing when you just came in.
Oh, I can't wait to eat it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You did a great job. You make this exactly like I did.
Okay, let's see how it tastes.
Yours, I think, tastes even better. It's so delicious. I love sharing meals with you. Anytime. Even if it's not this dish.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
I loved having you guys in the kitchen today. I hope you'll keep this recipe in mind and share it with someone special too. Bye!
Welcome to Together We Rise. I'm Chanel Jones. Today we're exploring and celebrating health and wellness in the Black community, from maternal health and postpartum care to a yoga community created by and for Black men. And we'll introduce you to a 32-year-old woman who is shaking up the beauty industry with her line of inclusive clean makeup. We start, though, with an important movement, one to eliminate racial disparities in maternal health. Listen to this. Black women are 3 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related cause than white women. That's according to the CDC. Midwife Rebecca Polston and the Roots Community Birth Center in Minneapolis are working to change that statistic, providing a birth environment centered on Black joy in all 4 trimesters of pregnancy. Rebecca Polston has been on a mission.
I was personally always interested and fascinated and called to birth and the childbirth experience and reproductive choices that Black women like myself were experiencing. I kept learning about what it means and what health disparities actually mean.
6 years ago, Rebecca founded Roots Community Birth Center in North Minneapolis, providing prenatal, delivery, and postpartum care.
One of the ways that Roots Community Birth Center is changing the conversation about Black maternal mortality and changing the way we do the care is by seeing, instead of our Blackness as a source of illness, but as a source of strength. It's your body, it's your baby. You get to decide what's right for you. My job is to be a steward.
Mom of 5 and soon to be 6, Iola Katrusky understands that care Rebecca speaks of.
So I walked into Roots and I felt this sense of being at home. And to acknowledge someone by their name when they walk into the room is a very powerful thing, especially within a community who, in many different parts of society, we're not valued as human beings.
Iola says an unpleasant experience during the hospital birth of her 3rd child made her rethink the process.
I did not feel validated. I did not feel empowered. I was not happy after my birth. What should be a joyous moment was met with what felt shame, like a deep sense of shame of there's clearly something wrong with me if my provider did not listen to me.
But Roots was different.
The care and attention from Roots succeeds what a hospital could have ever given. They're in your home. The midwife comes back to see you. It is an actual conversation. It is, how are you? Check in with me. And we will focus on baby. With Rebecca, it was sincere checking in.
Rebecca's approach is a gentle solution to a tough problem, addressing the many reasons Black mothers are at greater risk: stress, systemic racism, and lower quality care.
The meat of what systemic racism actually is that it's not what people are doing, but it's their experience in a system that doesn't see them, respect them, or hold on to their humanity. Now, that doesn't mean that every person who works in every mainstream healthcare system is inherently racist or a horrible person at all. But that's what systemic racism does, and why it hurts all of us is because it's so big and it's so pervasive that it's hard to put your finger on.
Health workers and activists across the country consider Rebecca a role model.
Her birth center is grounded in a racial justice framework. I think bringing together community, local health systems and providers, academics. So the folks she has at the table are helping to change the conversation and amplify the work.
That work is changing lives.
I think the importance of models like Roots and what we're doing here come from at least my fundamental belief that birth is always transformative, but it is transformative for better or for worse. And I want it to be transformative for better. Every time a baby is born, you're not just giving birth to a baby, you're giving birth to a family, you're giving birth to parents, you're making someone a grandparent, someone an aunt. So whenever we give birth, we are creating the very world that we say that we want, and how that happens matters. So if those can happen with love and respect and safety, then imagine what kind of world we can have.
Thank you to Rebecca Polston and the amazing women for sharing their experiences. Moving on to the next stage of motherhood, those early newborn days, often called the fourth trimester, full of many physical and emotional changes for both mom and baby. In 2016, Simona Noche Wright and Nikki Osei Barrett noticed a lack of community for Black mothers of young children. They took matters into their own hands, creating District Motherhood, a community for millennial moms of color in the D.C. metro area that has grown to more than 22,000 members strong. Simona and Nikki join us now. Ladies, welcome. Thank you for talking with us today.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having us.
I can't wait to have this conversation. Absolutely. Simona, let me start with you. Can you talk a little bit about why you decided to start District Motherhood and what you guys were looking for that didn't already exist?
Yeah, so our friendship is actually as young or as old as District Motherhood. We recognized that the DC metro area was the place to be for like Black professionals or Black politicals, but when you transition into that family space, there wasn't this highlight or this emphasis on Black motherhood, and we were here. So we met up for coffee. We didn't know each other. We were actually social media friends. We decided to throw one event called the Mom Loft just to see if it would be a thing, because we like to go to brunch and like to go to happy hour, and we just needed community to navigate this new space in our life. So we ended up throwing our one event. 25 moms came. We just created the page on social media. In one day, we came up like with the name, the website, the logo. Her girlfriend was a graphic designer. And we just did it. And 25, we still remember how electrifying that evening was to see all these Black moms that were like, oh, it's a thing. Like, we are here, it's a thing. And now we're 22,000 moms strong, 50 plus events sold out, and an annual conference that brings 700 moms across the nation to DC.
My goodness, Nikki, 22,000 moms on your platform. Did you ever think at that first coffee that it would grow into what it is today?
Not at all, but after that first event, we realized we're onto something and that we were truly filling a void in the DMV area and in the motherhood space. And actually, it evolved from that one-off event quickly into a social org. Like, we talked about beyond this event, what are we doing? How are we impacting the community? How are we helping the moms that are going to be a part of our community? And that's how we came up with the name District Motherhood. So it was a social org, and then it quickly transitioned to become a nonprofit. So.
Yeah, on that note, Simona, can you talk about the programs that you have geared toward those fourth trimester moms, if you will, and why it's so important for them?
Yeah, absolutely. So we always say, everyone says it takes a village to raise a child, but really it takes a village to raise a mom. And if the mom is not okay, then the children cannot be okay. So we exist purely to walk alongside Black mothers during their journey by providing the Mommy and Me weekly walks. We talk about like postpartum health and just getting out once a week to meet other women that look like you, breathing that fresh air, talking to another adult does wonders for your community and for your mind. We also have a 4-week new mama program where we highlight everything from lactation, breastfeeding, the basics, who the doctors are in the area, just so that these moms feel like, hey, I'm supported. We have a baby sprinkle because some people have big families. They don't even know how to create a registry. And we are existing to support them in that way. And we also do meal trains. So we provide 6-week meal trains to our moms. My girlfriends did it for me. And every mom needs a meal train to navigate this space. And boobs in the park. We get all the moms together. We get lactation consultants. We work with some of the largest breastfeeding brands. And we have Black IBCLCs. That's an international board certified lactation consultant. They'll come in and they'll talk about what it takes to become an IBCLC, why it's so important to have an IBCLC that looks like you, and they just provide resources and conversation. We breastfeed in the park.
So important. If we take a step back for a moment, because the reality is there are people who are watching all over the country and maybe moms who are watching. What have you learned about motherhood, or some words of wisdom that you can impart to maybe someone who's listening, Nikki?
The number one thing I would say is that community is so important. You are not made to mother alone. So seek a community, whether it's a virtual community, because that's how District Motherhood started.
just through our virtual programming and then our one-off event, and then it grew. So maybe it's a virtual community, or maybe if you don't have that community, create it yourself, because we created a community that we wish that we had. So maybe just put out a call on Instagram and say, hey, I want to meet some local moms for coffee, and then begin to foster those relationships. But ultimately, find your mom tribe and love them hard, and they will support you at every stage of your motherhood journey.
I love that. Simona and Nikki, it was such a pleasure talking with you. I'm sure we'll be talking again. Now that I know you exist, and I think it's amazing, I'm sure we will stay connected.
Have to come to the
I would love to. I would love to. All right, thank you guys. All the best.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right. Up next, my friend Al Roker explores an unexpected brotherhood.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Together We Rise, celebrating health and wellness in the Black community. My fellow Today Show co-anchor Al Roker brings us our next story about two friends who unexpectedly started a movement to help Black men live their best life holistically.
The power of relationships is one of the greatest currencies that any of us can have. And the relationships that have been born out of this organization have been unmatched.
For 36-year-old Tristan Lewis and Andrew Smith, 32, the lockdown during the summer of 2020 was both too quiet and too loud.
The stay-at-home advisory is meant to slow coronavirus.
The headlines only grow more worrisome.
As the unfolding nationwide protests created a vacuum of stress and anxiety. So guys, I'm curious, how did you both get into yoga?
That story really starts at the crux of 2020.
The death of basketball legend Kobe Bryant sending shockwaves through the sports world and beyond.
We experienced the loss of NBA legend Kobe Bryant. Months later, we experienced a global pandemic, and then also all the civil unrest that was happening across the country. And when George Floyd's passing occurred, we were going through a lot of different stuff, as Tristan said, a lot of different traumas. And Tristan had the idea that we needed to do something that was going to be good for our mind, our body, and our soul.
The two friends asking a yoga teacher to conduct a class in Chicago as a one-time event on a Sunday. Word quickly spreading, and students immediately asking for more.
After this session, multiple guys came up and told Andrew and I, this is something that I didn't realize I needed. So we realized that we tapped into something in that moment.
When Black guys are going to get together, usually it's something very physical, and it involves some trash talk, some smack. So were you surprised at how much you needed this?
I was incredibly surprised. One of the things that I needed most was community. I needed to be around my brothers. And one of the things that we have noticed is that there's a lack of Black men who are teaching yoga. You know, when you enter into a room as a Black man, you're scanning the room real quickly and seeing who is there that looks like you, right?
Tristan and Andrew say they noticed the classes were creating friendships based on openness
and honesty.
And with this being a mental health practice, it opened up the door for us to talk about the issues that we were going through. It opened up the door for us to be transparent and to be vulnerable. So those things just expounded the practice as a whole and brought more brothers into the fold.
Before they knew it, a class that began with 20 guys quickly grew into a new nonprofit. The Healing, a space dedicated to helping Black men become their best selves.
Generationally, there's been a lot of stigmas and stereotypes when it pertains to Black men being vulnerable, or even just what a Black man is supposed to be. So I think there is something encouraging when a guy can show up and lower his shame and be open and honest about exactly where he is in his life. And I think normalizing that behavior has definitely had an impact on the guys in our community.
Kristen and Andrew saying they've also made counselors and therapists available to the community.
Has it occurred to you that if this pandemic hadn't happened, if we weren't put into this position, that this program probably would have never happened?
100%. You know, I think what the pandemic offered was a sense of stillness that I don't think we would have had if the pandemic didn't shut things down.
While running The Healing keeps them busy, Tristan works in IT and Andrew a financial advisor, but both intending to practice what they preach.
Do I understand correctly that you're both now inspired, you're getting certified as yoga instructors?
That's correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, just truly grateful that we're able to steward what it is that we have right now.
Namaste to some great men doing some great work. Coming up next, Peloton's powerhouse instructor, Tunde Oyunane, will inspire all of us with her weight loss journey.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Fitness guru Tunde Oyunane inspires millions with her sculpted arms and adrenaline-filled classes. You'd never guess that she had a rocky road to wellness. Peloton instructor and author of the soon-to-be-released memoir, Speak. She joins us today to share her journey to being healthy and fit. Tunde, welcome. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi.
You know what, I will tell you, people will see you and they see that you're fit and you're healthy and you're leading these classes. And sometimes we just assume, oh, she's skinny. She just has always been that way and healthy. But you're very unapologetic about talking about the fact that it wasn't always that way. I know you grew up in a Nigerian home in Katy, Texas. Take me back a little bit. Did you guys talk about fitness and kind of what happened to change your mindset over the years?
Well, I mean, it was kind of a double whammy. So I grew up in Houston, Texas. If you know anything about Houston, Texas, we love to eat, we love food. And then I grew up with Nigerian parents. Again, Nigerians, we love to eat, we love food. movement wasn't something that I was familiar with. One of my teammates, Robin Arzon, she's the VP of fitness at Peloton, and she always jokes and says that she was allergic to fitness growing up. And I'm like, if she was allergic to it, I had that same exact thing. It's just movement wasn't part of my story.
You know what it is? A lot of us know about dieting, right? We know if we have an event coming up down the line, we know how to lose 5-10 pounds, but this is different. This is a lifestyle. This is a mentality. This is a, you know, when you talk about fitness, it's the umbrella, if you will. How did you start to change your mindset? I'm asking because I know there are people watching like me who think, okay, maybe I'll do it for a month or so and then we fall off. How did you get it to where it's a true lifestyle?
You know, for me, it really is a forever change. I'm so happy that you say it. It's not something that you do for a little while and then expect forever results. It's a forever process. I say that, you know, it comes down to you have to want to do it for you. My turning point was I was actually supposed to be a bridesmaid in my aunt's wedding. And I'll never forget, I went to the bridal shop with my mother and my aunt. And the dress that I was supposed to wear was a blue dress. It was a hideous, hideous, hideous dress, but it was the dress that my aunt wanted us to wear. And so the dress didn't come in my size at the bridal shop. And as a result of that, my aunt suggested that I think I was maybe like a size 18 at the time. And which they should have had my dress in the size, but the designer didn't make a size 18 dress. And so as a result, my aunt suggests that I wear a different dress, a dress that's much more beautiful, double the price, and she's gonna pay for it. And so I'm saying, I don't wanna wear that dress. My mother's hitting me like she's gonna buy this dress and it's prettier, why would you not take it? And I turned to my mother and I said, if I wear a different dress, everyone's going to know that I was the one that was wearing a different dress because I couldn't fit in the dress that all the skinny girls were wearing. And for me, it was just this moment. And my mother looked at me. I think my mother at that time, it was when she realized truly how much this was affecting me because I tried to hide that I cared. And so she looked at me and she said, Yetunde, if you want change, then you're going to have to change things up. If you want to change, you have to change things up. And, you know, people ask me now, like, how do you stay motivated? What is the motivating factor? To me, determination is motivation. If you can stay dedicated to something, your dedication alone to any said thing will motivate you to show up for it. And so I was dedicated to change. And so I started to change.
Well, it's Black History Month. We're focusing this episode on health and wellness and for men and women. What's your message, especially to communities of color? What do you want people to learn from your story?
Yeah, I mean, to all communities and specifically communities of color, I think that so much comes down to accessibility and the knowledge. I didn't know the food, the reaction that the food was having, that I was putting in my body, the choices that I was making. You know, I'm proud to say that I work for a company that I wholeheartedly believe, and I think that so much in terms of movement and fitness comes down to accessibility.
And finally, we're all so busy. Everybody's busy. How do you make it a priority? How do you keep it on the front burner of your life, if you will?
I think the biggest thing with working out and fitness is people say, okay, I have to work out for 60 minutes or I have to work out for 45 minutes. And if you can't find the time to carve out 45 to 60 minutes, then often it's so easy to say, I just can't do it today. I don't have the time. Use the time that you have. If you have 15 minutes, rather than saying I only have 15 minutes, say I have 15 minutes.
I can see why your classes are a hit. Thank you so much, Tunde Onyinye. I'm promising you, I'm gonna get back on it.
I'm here with you, girl. Well, Al is the ringleader here.
I know. I'm telling you, he started talking about you a long time ago, and I said, I'm not on Peloton. He's like, I'm telling you. He's like, even if you don't have a bike, you need to check out this woman. So I'm glad now that we're doing you, featuring you on the show, so the whole world can see now. Thank you, Tunde. All right. Coming up after the break, we're going to introduce you to an entrepreneur who is shaking up the beauty industry.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. what's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Together We Rise, exploring health and wellness in the Black community. When you look good, you feel good, and no one agrees more than the 32-year-old founder of Amicole, the clean beauty brand that caters to and celebrates melanin-rich skin. Today, anchor Hoda Kotb brings us her story.
Hello, my name is Janan Jai. I am the CEO and founder of Amicole, a clean beauty brand made to celebrate melanin-rich skin.
Amicole is quickly making a name for itself, winning awards from Women's Wear Daily, Refinery 29, and Allure, and landing its 32-year-old founder on the pages of the New York Times.
We're thinking about the 16-year-old girl who happens to be a darker skin tone, not seeing herself represented, and we literally created that. We grabbed that girl, a lot of people that I grew up with are in our campaigns, and we plastered it all over Harlem and New York City to show that you are beautiful as is. Amicole is really has been a genesis of my entire life. My mother owns a hair salon here in Harlem, and as long as I remember, I've been in the shop. So my mom didn't believe in maternity leaves. I was on her back, my bassinet was right near her, and she was braiding. So I was going through purses trying to figure out what lip gloss people were wearing. So always naturally obsessed and kind of born into this space.
After graduating from Syracuse, Jada landed opportunities with L'Oreal and Glossier.
That's when I really understood that, number one, I could do it. Being there and seeing the kind of motions and the mechanics of building a company and a brand. But I was missing that soul. I was missing that connection that I had with my girlfriends. And that meant for us, makeup that made us look like us. Not really the art of transformation, but really celebrating who you are just as you are and using tools to really enhance that beauty that already exists. So in 2019, I put the pencils down and I'm like, am I going to do the crazy thing and start a company?
You bet she did. Jada's goal, to create beauty products she felt more closely aligned with her community.
So having these products that we poured our heart into by surveying 400 women, by being on the phone, I'm in your makeup cabinets, I'm the annoying friend. When we're having brunch, I'll pull out my little tool how do you feel about this? And I think that's a really key differentiator. We are deeply inspired by our Senegalese roots. We have key ingredients like baobab seed extract to really nourish the skin and treat it almost as a treat to skin versus just makeup.
For me, it's that no makeup look and that very intentional celebration of melanin-rich skin. And that intentionality that this makeup was created for you and with you in mind at the very forefront. It's not an extended shade range. It's you are the target customer. You are who we want to reach.
There's different stories, there's different perspectives that needs to be told. And it's very refreshing to see this brand kind of tell a story. That is what makes us feel more connected to it.
We're trying to look at the world as half full and be able to celebrate. So we're showing you Black and brown people happy as is and smiles. And hopefully that'll inch you a little bit away from that idea that you have to be of a lighter skin tone to be beautiful, to be accepted or celebrated.
And if you're wondering about the name Amicole, it's Jada's way of going back to where it all began.
My mother was my first touch point to beauty. So when it came to creating a beauty line, it made sense to name it after my mother.
A gesture meaningful to her entire family.
My mom, she's just so happy. So we're all very supportive, very happy, and just extremely proud of her.
What makes me an innovator? The fact that I'm able to tap into such a beautiful community and be a great listener and be able to take in and extract what we need and what we want and translate that into actual products has been very hard, but also a gift. There's one thing to dream and sleep on it and daydream, but to actually dream it into a vision and create it, what a blessing. I'm so excited.
Thank you for joining us for our Together We Rise special. We hope that you were able to discover and learn from some trailblazers changing the conversation around health and wellness in the Black community. For more inspiring stories, head to today.com/Black Voices. I'm Chanel Jones. Thank you.
You are currently in Budapest. As I understand, you're shooting a film with Cate Blanchett, Jamie Lee Curtis. What's it been like working with those two?
It's been amazing, man. You know, we got an amazing cast. We're shooting Borderlands, which is an IP has an amazing following of millions on millions. Director Eli Roth, Lionsgate's the studio behind it. You know, Cate Blanchett, Jamie Lee Curtis, myself, Jack Black. I mean, God, we got so many more. It's truly one of these situations where you stumble into an opportunity that could progress into being super, super big. You know, this is something that could easily go into part 2, 3, and beyond because of the world that we're playing in and the creativity within the space. So it's dope. It's something that's once again gonna throw my audience for a curveball. I'm excited. Action on action. I'm responsible for the action in the movie.
What's the premise?
It's a game. You know, it's based off of a video game. So it's about the travel within planets and a search to find an individual that possesses the powers of being the quote unquote special one, you know? And in finding this particular individual, you can use their powers that they have to open up what's considered to be this magical thing called the vault, which so many people have been trying to get into for years. But to do it, you know, you have to have the keys to go and get it done. And it's about searching for those keys, searching for the individual. And that's the story in a nutshell. But a band of misfits are kind of put together by accident. And when they're put together, they don't want to leave each other's side and end up fighting against the quote unquote bad people that live in between these planets. So it's like sci-fi, but it's really good. It's grounded within that space as well. Think Fifth Element. Think along those lines. Yeah.
You continue to stretch your legs. I mean, let's talk fatherhood for a moment. Here's a film where I think a lot of folks are going to watch this, and they're going to say, oh, that's not the Kevin Hart I know. Like, we're used to Kevin Hart making us laugh, and not to give away too much, this is Kevin Hart in a completely different light. How hard was it to make the turn?
You know, it wasn't hard at all. I think there's no mystery from me to myself about what I'm capable of doing, especially in the space of acting. I know that I have range. I know that you know, I got a lot of diversity. So it's all about the projects. You know, when the right projects come along, if it's time for you to make those transitions, then of course you take it and you do it. The upside was when I felt was the right time for me to step into the direction of dramedy, and I had great company in doing so. And after that, it was like, okay, that was good. I need to find something on this level or better. And the next project that was brought up was fatherhood. Marty Bowen had a script, brought it to me and my company at Heartbeat. And, you know, we were blown away from day one at Matt Logan's story. And when I found out that it was true, that's when it was like, okay, this could be it, because you're not only doing a project that's good on paper, you're doing a project that you would have to be good at and stay true to because it's real. That was enough for me. You know, when I got his reason, Matt was like, this is an opportunity to not only share my story, but bring light to a thing that happens that people don't really know happens often. And his journey from pain to happiness is one like no other. So my respect level went through the roof, and my appetite for a meaningful piece of material went through the roof as well. So everything lined up, man. Paul White's great director, met with him. And then the Obamas came in as producing partners as well. I mean, all of the boxes were checked that said go.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Your buddy B.O., as you call him.
Yo, B.O.
What was it like working with B.O. on a project like this? Would he call and give some tips, some feedback? Would he say, hey, Kev, I think maybe we should do this and not this?
The thing about having good producing partners is producing partners knowing their roles and, where their value is, right? And the value and promise in having the Obamas and their company as producing partners is them understanding a good IP, a good piece of content with strong substance and great meaning that could do nothing but spread a positive, needed message in today's time and in our culture, right? You're talking about a black man on the big screen playing the role of a father in a positive light. I don't think I need to say it, but it's not something you see often, right? You don't see it in a positive light often. We're crackheads, we're in jail, out of jail, we're missing, we're a discovery at the tail end of a life. It's never truly a story that's like from beginning to end, one that you follow and one that's uplifting. So in this case, I felt that there was a need and real want behind the message that was being delivered. And without putting a stamp on the race card, it's visual of this being an opportunity to change the narrative that I feel desperately needs to be changed. So the Obamas got that. And he said, this is a great opportunity to uplift Black fathers and Black men and, give a nod to those that are embracing fatherhood and maybe a little nudge to those that aren't correctly, So we were lucky to have him to be a part of it. Once again, everything kind of lined up and all the right boxes were checked.
Amen to that, Kevin Hart. Amen to that. How did you figure out how to cry on cue for the film?
You're pulling on emotional strings. It's a heavy story. It's a heavy story. When I first read the script, honestly, I teared up in the first 30 pages. When what happens, it got to me because it's like, damn, this is the happiest day of you and your wife's life. And, 9 months have been spent looking forward to this particular day. And on this day to have something tarnish that or be taken, that's tough. That's tough to process. That's tough to register. And those that have had that happen to them, my prayers and condolences go out to them, because I couldn't imagine. I really couldn't imagine. So it was putting myself as deep into that as I possibly could to help me get the emotional response that I did. And, you know, it also helps when you have an amazing cast around you. You know, I mean, I'm with Alfre Woodard, and I mean, you're talking about the cream of the crop, the best of the best. So, you know, those emotions come out more when you see other people putting those emotions on display at the thought of. So your game is raised by your surroundings.
And you obviously are a father of 4 yourself. How did you draw on your own experiences with fatherhood for the role?
I mean, that was my cheat sheet. You know, a lot of the stuff that I was doing, I had already experienced, right? So it wasn't like I was playing in a heavy false pretense for some of the stuff. Like I have 4 kids and I'm on all different ages across the board. So, you know, being able to be hands-on, being able to be a part, I know where the nervousness comes from. I know where the confidence comes from. I know where the fear comes from. I've been there, you know, I've truly lived in it. I had to find comfort and discomfort at one point in being a father. And I think so many other fathers do as well. It's just about acknowledging that, understanding that, and being true to that. And I was able to do that. I was able to take that ammunition that I had and apply it to this particular movie, and it worked. You know, I think it really worked in my favor, and it shows on the big screen.
What's been the hardest part of being a dad? What do you struggle with the most?
Hardest part of being a dad is the feeling of, am I doing a good enough job? Well, you know, it's not a struggle. I think that's the wrong word. It's a thought that's always in the back of your head. Okay. Because as your kids get older, the real world is magnified, right? And you can protect all you want. You can pamper or do your best to do and take care of. But ultimately, you know, that kid has to go out into the real world and experience life on their own. So with that thought in the back of your head, it's one of, did I do a good enough job to prepare? Are they ready? Are they capable? Are they going to get eaten alive and spit back out into reality? It's like these are the things that you just, you have a tug of war with, right? So, I mean, my daughter's 16, my son's 13, about to be 14. My youngest son is 3, my daughter's 8 months. So, you know, once again, I'm very much spread out, but still, I got a 16-year-old, right? 18 is right around the corner. Am I doing a good job as a father? Am I present? Am I honest? Am I open? We're close. Are we close? Like, it's something. And I think that's what keeps you, it keeps you on your toes. It keeps you on your feet, and it keeps you in a position to always push and want for more. And that's within a relationship.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You've been in the game a long time as a dad, as you pointed out there. You had a child during a pandemic. How was that?
Low PD, low pandemic, baby. Look, it's amazing. You know, I mean, being privileged to bring a child into this world, that's a blessing within itself. You know, it's unfortunate that the times were what they were, but a blessing is a blessing. And I'm not going to take it as anything other than that. My little princess, you know, we got a new boss of the household. And I love that there's always a changing of the guard. Everybody's had an opportunity to wear that hat, that boss hat. And right now, Ori has it. Got me wrapped around a little finger. Starting all over, you know. Once you thought you were closing, they were getting out the house. And then I went in and put 2 more in there. And I'm right back at the starting line. So it is what it is, man. I love it. I enjoy it. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
How have you changed as a dad? I mean, when you started, you were much younger.
Yeah. 41, about to be 42. You grow.
Yeah.
I mean that's the great thing about life, right? You grow as you go. So I'm very much happy into the man that I've become. The man who I was, I'm very much happy that I was that man, that I did the things that I did and got to experience a lot of the things that I experienced, because without those moments and without those things, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be in the position I am now to be poised, polished, you know, mature, just a true adult. And I'm not done adulting. I'm not done growing. You know, you don't get there. The wise are the old. And I truly believe that. You know, there's nothing more refreshing than a conversation with somebody of older age, because there's so much information that comes from that person because of how much they've lived. And what you find is that the information is key to the next wave's success. But sometimes this next wave is a little too stubborn, too cocky, too bullheaded to receive it. At the older age that I am now, I've been in the position to receive a lot of those gems, and I think it truly is the beauty of life to watch time go, but to watch people grow. It's dope as hell to me.
You're a father of 4. It would seem to me, at least, not a stretch to be a father of 5, maybe 6. Have you given thought to doing it again?
Oof. It's been a discussion, you know. I just told you this my baby Ori, you know, Ori's a blessing. I don't turn down a blessing. Now, am I planning for a number 5? No, I'm not. If a number 5 were to happen, then oh joy. Okay. Oh joy. But right now, I think 4 is a good number. We're in a good place, man. Got some dogs, got some kids. We're fine. 5, you know, we don't need to push for 5. Not right now. I think we're in a good space. Yeah. So, you know, we'll see. But I don't run anything. I don't know why I'm talking like I can make these decisions. If my wife decides she wants another baby, I gotta have a baby. Yeah, there is no pushback for me, man. None.
There was the accident a while back, and you suffered a pretty serious back injury. I caught some video online recently. You seem to be back 100%. Saw some video of Kevin Hart in the gym, and it looks like you're training for something.
Yeah, I'm definitely 100% back to myself. Currently in the best shape that I've ever been in. I mean, I got in crazy shape for Borderlands because once again, rolling is the action. I'm all stunts. I'm all my own,
You're doing it all yourself?
I'm doing a lot of that stuff myself. I got a great team. 2 great stunt guys, man. Two great stunt guys that have been with me for quite some time. And, what we do is we put me in positions to do as much of it as I possibly can. When it gets to be something crazy, my guys step in, but I love to be extremely hands-on and get in there. And I did a lot of training for this movie. So I got down to about, I'll say maybe 10.5, 11% body fat.
Wow.
And, all muscle, but I've never looked like this. I've never been in this shape ever in my life. This is definitely the best shape that I've gotten in at the age 41 and about to be 42. And I worked hard for it. So I love the results when you put in the effort.
What's left, Kevin Hart? What have you not done yet that you still want to do?
There's so many things in the entertainment space that I've been able to tap into. And what I found is that the more diverse you are, the more you can do, and the more you can elevate and create opportunities for those around you. That's what my newfound focus is. That's where my ambitions have rolled over to. So, it's about finding the success and then creating bridges to get other people up here and over here.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How you been? What's going on?
Drinking milk, getting tall.
So you in Budapest? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Big
Live from the pest.
I think that's not what their tourism bureau calls it. Kevin Hart has built a career by making audiences laugh. Now, the superstar comedian is proving he also can move them to tears.
Wherever you are, I want to go there.
Wherever you are, I want to go there too.
In the Netflix drama Fatherhood, Hart plays a single dad raising a daughter after the sudden death of his wife.
I'm going to do it because I'm a father.
I was ready for the Kevin Hart experience. Within, I think, 10 minutes, I was getting choked up.
This was an opportunity for me to expand my resume. People are going to be shocked when they see it and go, wow, Kevin's got some dramatic chops.
2 kisses. 1 for mommy. 1 for me.
Well, I love the opportunity of being a Black father on screen in a positive light. Most of the times they're on drugs, off drugs, in jail, out of jail. To have some type of positivity behind it and maybe be a part of kind of changing the stereotype.
Hart delivers that message with the help of another famous dad named Barack Obama. Fatherhood is co-produced by Higher Ground, the production company started by the former president and first lady. Is Barack Obama calling you with notes?
You know what? I actually did talk to Barack. First of all, I think it's just crazy that I can say I talked to Barack on the phone comfortably.
And the fact that you can just drop and call him Barack, that's a statement right there of where you are.
Yeah, B.O. Call him B.O. Hey, B.O., what's up, man?
I'm sure he loves that.
Kevin? Hey, Kevin. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? You tell me, B.O. I'm good. That's how it went down. The reason why they wanted to take on the project was because of the story and having them see and understand the positive message behind it. I mean, that's as good as it gets for me.
Hart specializes in positivity. His new book for middle schoolers, called Marcus Makes a Movie, is about a boy pushing through obstacles to chase a dream.
And I wanted to help motivate and inspire our youth to simply understand that the word no is just a word. Coming up, as a kid, as a young adult, early in my career, I heard the word no a lot.
What's your message to the kids who might read that book, who are hearing no at school, they're hearing no in sports or in their music career, they think they're funny and they don't know how to get where Kevin Hart is?
I will say, I think it's not about getting where I am, it's about getting where you want to be, right? And all I am is an example of what's reachable, what's obtainable. And what I learned is that talent is amazing to have, but hard work is going to possibly beat talent every day of the week. Hard work plus talent is undefeated.
In a year when the rest of the world slowed down, Hart's relentless hustle continued. He performed a hit 2020 Netflix stand-up special from his own living room, with his family getting ready for bed upstairs.
I'm no longer comfortable anywhere else but my house. I don't like people anymore.
What was that like? How do you put together an act differently than being in Madison Square Garden, for example, standing in your living room?
Well, we wanted to do something very intimate.
Let's address the elephant in the room. COVID. Newsflash, I had it. The vid-19 was in my system.
It wasn't necessarily about the performance. It was just about me being honest about my life, the pandemic.
When it first hit, I went and put gas in all the cars. I bought every N95 I saw. I spent 20 grand on N95s.
There's just a comfort that comes with being honest and aware. And that was about me having a realization that I'm good.
Does that come with experience and success too, where you now frankly can say, I don't need to go do that project because I'm good with who I am and where I am?
It comes with experience, success, and also a true understanding of what happy is. There's a thing where this is going to make me happy, and if I get this, I'll be the happiest person ever. And then you get it. And then you go, oh, but if I get this is going to make me happy. This is all I need. But when you really realize it's about the people, family, the love, the connection, well, then things kind of change.
Everything nearly changed one night in September of 2019, when Hart was a passenger in a single-car crash that left him with serious injuries. How much of this perspective that I'm hearing right now, Kevin, comes from the experience of surviving the car accident that you were in and being able to come home and see your wife and see your kids and appreciate everything?
I mean, tons. Understanding that you're not in control, that's a big deal. At any point in time, it can be over. Snap of fingers, over. I'm fortunate and lucky to still experience life.
I don't think most people appreciated how serious your injuries were.
Yeah.
you broke your back.
Almost paralyzed.
Are you recovered today?
100% recovered. I was very lucky to still be able to walk. You know, you're talking about a couple centimeters. That's what separated me and being paralyzed.
1 year after the crash and right in the middle of a pandemic, Hart welcomed a new member of the family, his second child with wife Aniko Parrish. Hart relishing his real-life fatherhood. How's your baby girl?
Oh man, my baby girl is amazing. Kayori, my heart. So in love, as I am all my kids, of course. But you know, we got a new boss in the household, so it's an exciting time. It's me sitting down and getting to really tap in with my loved ones, with my wife and my kids. It was a really good thing for me.
What's happening, friends? We are back with a brand new and, dare I say, fantastic edition of Pop Star Plus. On the show today, we're going to be checking in with the cast of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. We've also got gold medal winning figure skater sensation Nathan Chen with us, and later, from the vault, a look back featuring a very young Drew Barrymore during her E.T. days. But first, here's today's Pop Star. First up in Pop Star, Britney Spears. This story's crazy. The pop icon's ready to tell her story in her own. I love it. Thank you. Let it roll. I am transported right now back into TRL. 4 months ago, after the judge ruled to terminate Spears' highly controversial conservatorship, she's getting ready to speak out in a new tell-all memoir. Page Six reporting that the Grammy winner signed a whopping $15 million book deal with Simon & Schuster. This follows the release of her sister, Jamie's memoirs, Things I Should Have Said in January. Jamie Lynn's details of their family's relationship led to a lot of public conflict between the sisters online. No word yet on when Britney's book is scheduled to hit shelves, but this virtually takes Britney Spears, who seemingly has been silenced for years, to the ability to tell all. I think there'll be some explosive revelations in that book, to say the least. Next up, Ben Stiller. On Monday, the actor and director stopped by The Tonight Show for a round of true confessions with Jimmy Fallon and Laverne Cox, dropping the most shocking truth of the night. Ben revealing that he almost made a movie about the Rolling Stones with Mick Jagger and Brad Pitt back in the 90s.
What? And Mick actually, it was his idea, and he wanted to do the film. And
what did he say to you?
Let's go. I've got to do a movie. Right, but I've got to convince. I'll tell you what to say. You do the thing.
All right, you tell me what to say. He says what?
He said, I think this is a great idea for a concert film.
I really think it's a great idea for a concert film.
But I've got to convince the rest of the band.
But I've got to convince the rest of the band.
Because Keith really isn't into it.
Keith isn't into it. Keith isn't into it. I've got to convince the band. That's funny. Well, if Ben Stiller wants to bring back that movie idea and Mick's not available, maybe Jimmy can just do that impression of Mick in the film. I'd go watch it. Next up, Shania Twain, the country music superstar, surprised the audience at her Las Vegas show over the weekend. The Any Man of Mine singer bringing out Coldplay frontman Chris Martin on stage to join her for a few songs. Yeah, take a look. Huh?
That's cool.
Still the one I miss.
Pretty cool. British pop rock meets 90s country. We needed that so much. That sounded pretty cool. Next up, The Weeknd, the chart-topping singer, is taking his new album, Dawn FM, to the small screen. On Monday, The Weeknd announced his latest project will turn Dawn FM into a television special for Prime Video. The first trailer giving fans a sneak peek at the singer's new long look is transforming himself into decades older and matching the theme from his album that he live-streamed last month. The Weeknd, the Dawn FM experience. You guys look shocked.
Wow.
Yes. Al, what about you? You played him.
Yeah,
Halloween.
I don't have to wear any makeup because I'm that age.
That Dawn FM experience, by the way, premieres on Saturday.
Good album.
Yeah, finally that album. One more item this morning. Dr. Dre and Eminem, looks like they didn't forget about Dre after all. The two artists featured in last week's hit halftime show are back on the Billboard 200 album chart following their hip-hop Super Bowl set. The rappers' classic records are back in the top 10. So Eminem's Curtain Call made its its way back to number 8. Dr. Dre, 2001 is now at number 9. Whoa. Just to put this in perspective, each of those records came out about 20 years ago.
Wow.
And they're in the top 10. Can anybody guess which album has a chokehold on the number 1 spot yet again this week?
Peppa Pig.
Almost. You should know this.
Donda. No, not Donda. No.
I don't want to talk about
Who don't we
it.
talk about?
I don't want to talk about Bruno.
Encanto.
Yeah.
Disney's Encanto. Lin-Manuel Miranda's hit record, 6 weeks at number 1.
Yeah.
Because we just can't stop talking or singing about Bruno.
And there are so many hits that haven't even been released that are on that album.
That's
so
right.
great. Yeah.
Surface Pressure.
Gotta love it.
Well, they call this Pop Star Plus for a reason. We've got a few more headlines for you. We'll start with Camila Cabello and Ed Sheeran. The two hitmakers are teaming up for a new single. Cabello taking to social media on Monday to share the good news and giving fans a little preview of their track. It's called Bam Bam. It has nothing to do with the Flintstones, though. Take a listen. Camila and Ed's new song, Bam Bam, is out next Friday, March 4th. That sounds good. And finally, America's Got Talent Extreme, Monday's premiere episode of the AGT spinoff series, featured not one but 2 Golden Buzzer acts. Judge and executive producer Simon Cowell giving his buzzer away to Verge Aero, the group responsible for creating this breathtaking drone light show, all to Coldplay's A Sky Full of Stars. Verge Aero choreographed 160 drones for that performance right there, and we're looking forward to seeing what comes next from that group of guys. The next episode of America's Got Talent Extreme airs Monday on NBC. And those are your headlines for today. Next up, the stars of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel tell us what to expect from the hit show's brand new season.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus, and you know what else is back? The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. We are picking back up with comedian Midge Maisel as she navigates 1960s New York. The first 2 episodes of season 4 dropped over the weekend, and we had a chance to talk to Rachel Brosnahan, who plays Midge, and her castmates about what might happen to their characters.
It's a season about Midge rebuilding and in some ways being drawn to the idea of who she was when we met her.
What can you expect from Joel? Well, you're gonna see his relationship with May progress. You're gonna see, his club thrive and a lot of twists and turns that I can't reveal.
Yeah, Midge and Susie have evolved much in the same way that Rachel and Alex have. You know, we were thrown together in a casting session and miraculously had great chemistry and the same goals. Like, we're both super hard workers, and Midge and Susie are, and they will not take no for an answer. And you know, that continues to evolve as we peel some layers away from Susie this season.
Look, I have a thing I need to take care of tonight. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. It's a bullshit family thing, but I want to take care of before we go, so I may have to miss your set.
It's because I wore the wrong shoes, right?
Yes. So if I don't talk to you before, I will meet you at the airport tomorrow night.
Okay.
You're going to be great.
There is no other option.
I mean, I think it's been very clear from the outset that Midge and Lenny share a kind of magnetism or chemistry. There's something brewing between them that sort of gives both of them a little glint in their eye.
Hey. Maybe someday, before I'm dead.
It's a date.
And so we've just been sort of exploring whatever the potential is as the seasons have progressed. When people share that kind of dynamic, you know, anything really is possible. So I think it just depends on which door the writers choose to travel through. But I think the exciting thing about it is that it leaves certainly a lot to the imagination and leaves a lot to be explored. It's just a matter of, you know, which way the weather decides to blow them. But there's a lot of weather between them, that's for certain.
She realizes that maybe she's lost a little bit of that spontaneous spark that she had when we first met her, where she quite literally stumbled onto stage, spoke her mind in its entirety, in its messiness and hilarity, and it's the thing that launched her career. So I think in some ways she's trying to get back to her roots to continue to rebuild and move forward in this make it or break it moment we find them in at the end of season, or at the top of season 4.
You're going to see how his relationship with May affects his family, and more specifically Midge. But there's going to be some culture clash.
Midge, you're here.
Of course I'm here. You think I'd miss this?
Thank you, really. I'd like you to meet someone. May, this is my ex-wife, Midge. Midge, I'd like you to meet May.
You are married?
What?
You didn't tell her you were married?
No, I did. Of course I did.
Midge, you know, learns a little bit more about her, sees that she is fallible, and there is a heart in there somewhere, there's vulnerability. And I think Midge kind of feeds off of that. I think the closer Midge gets to Susie, the more she trusts her. For them to get back together and rebuild, as Midge says, she wants to change the business. And now their relationship becomes these two people that are setting out to do that.
Here she is, boys! You know what's great about me?
Your humility?
No, it's when I'm me. Here she is, world!
What I'm excited for everyone to see is what I'm excited to see, which is, you know, the show. In terms of like, because I know that I'm going to be surprised by what I see. You know, every season, Amy and Dan bring us new challenges, bolder expressions of their story. And I think that they did the same this season. And, you know, it's just we're tasked as the cast and the crew to kind of bring out our blood, sweat, and tears and put it into, you know, a really rich and fulfilling and exciting story. So I think there will be, I predict earthquakes, and I hope people respond in kind.
We should mention you can catch 2 new episodes of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel every week on Prime Video. Coming up next, Team USA's gold medal winning figure skating champion Nathan Chen, the touching surprise that we had for him when he stopped by Studio 1A. You're not going to want to miss it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And we're back with Popstar Plus, and Nathan Chen absolutely blew the world away at the Winter Olympics in Beijing. He won gold, of course, in figure skating, thanks in part to his record-setting short program. Well, just back from the games, he joined us in Studio 1A to talk about, of course, his experience and all the wonderful things that he got to do. And he had a little surprise here from one person in particular who's been there for Nathan throughout it all.
Okay, that was the moment I started jumping up and down. We're back. Nathan Chen and his epic, unforgettable Olympic performance. Oh.
It was crazy. It was a record-breaking short program in free skate. Nathan took home gold in men's figure skating, first American to do that in more than a decade. Nathan, you are right off the plane from Beijing. You're here with us today. Just tell us how it feels to have that gold medal around your neck.
It's still so surreal, you know, it really just feels like a dream. Throughout the whole past 2-3 weeks, I've just been like, you know, trying to wake myself up because it doesn't feel super real.
I mean, you really just landed here. Yeah. Does it feel inside like, okay, life just changed for me in a major way?
I feel exactly the same, honestly, you know, coming back was really cool. We were all together. The U.S. delegation was on the same flight, so it was really, we felt like, you know, that Team USA atmosphere. And then, now I'm back here doing a lot more. So everything's just like going, you know, the next thing. But it's been crazy.
You know, Nathan, watching you reminded me of watching, like, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. It was like you were in the zone. Yeah. Did you know you were there when you were competing, how well it was going?
I've worked with a really awesome mental performance coach over the past, couple months. And just giving me techniques to stay calm, stay collected. And I've obviously had a lot of experience over the past couple of years in championship events. So, all of that, I guess, came together and helped me out here.
How did he tell you to stay calm?
Simple things, just breathing exercises, mindset, just the way that you approach the competition. And I think having had the experience in 2018 and then being able to come back in 2022 and realize how cool the Olympics are and just really that I should enjoy it.
And just the fact that those memories didn't creep back in, get in your head. Instead, you were able to keep a clear mind.
Seems like there's been a lot of conversation about mental health in the last couple of Olympics as it pertains to athletes and the stress and the pressure. I guess, did you have struggling moments at all?
While I was there, my intent was just to try to have as much fun as I could. At that point, I'd made it to the Olympics. So the only thing that I can really do at that point is just try to enjoy it and just be present throughout that whole time. And of course, there's ups and downs with that. But overall, I look back on it and I just really enjoyed my time there.
And now that you're back home, what's next?
So, right now, back to school.
Back to school?
Yeah, back to school. I'll be on tour with the rest of my U.S. teammates, Olympic teammates, figure skating teammates for Stars on Ice. So it's a nationwide skating tour. So that'll be a lot of fun to do.
And you did your backflip.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So that was that was just like letting off steam, or like now let me show you. You thought I was the quad king? No, I'm the backflip king.
No, it's really fun to do. It's fun to do tricks like that because you can't do that in competition. So the shows are perfect for that.
You said you're you're unchanged. You feel like exactly the same, but your life has changed. that moment that got put around your neck, that was a life-changing moment for you. Sure. Have you anticipated like how things might be different going forward?
I mean, not so much. I mean, I know like the next thing for me is, of course, the Stars Tour, and then going back to school, and then when I'm there, I'm just a normal student there. So I'm gonna have 2 more years before I graduate. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I mean, it means the world to have this, and just all the support that I've received.
If they have a show and tell, by the way, at Yale, you have to go to class with that. Kids are coming back from break with Coachella ticket stubs, and Nathan's all, check this out.
Especially at Yale, everyone's so smart. You'll be like, I'm smart, and I'm actually a gold medalist. I heard you were hungry though. Like maybe the pizza was on your mind.
Pizza, yeah.
Well, we're in New York City, and it's a good place to get pizza. So we ordered some for you. Maybe we could bring it out. Oh, here.
Come on out.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Do you recognize her?
Oh my God.
It's your mom.
Surprise!
Wait, familiar. I know that lady.
That's
well,
that was so unexpected.
Yeah, they bought me.
You were in Colorado.
So this is the first time you guys have seen each other?
Eddie, come sit down.
Thank you.
Nathan, we were so touched.
Yeah.
Are you going to put that medal around your mom's neck?
Give it up to Mom! All right.
Oh my God. This is the first time you're seeing each other.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw her?
What's a month?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's about a month, yeah.
Oh, wow.
More than a month.
Whoa.
Eddie, what was it like watching your son compete from afar?
From far, first, of course, nervous.
Yeah.
The second, I basically know what he's gonna do.
You knew?
Yeah, because I most of the time I watch him practice a lot, so I know what's gonna happen. But still, anything can happen.
Yeah.
So.
Eddie, when you look at him, can you see if he's nervous or not? Can you see if he's calm or?
I can tell.
And what did you think when he was getting ready to skate?
He was very calm, but the whole the whole event, I can tell he's very calm.
Nathan, your mom's been with you kind of every step of the way. Tell us about that.
I mean, there's no way I would be able to make it to where I am now without her support. Since I started on the ice when I was 3 years old, and at that point, you're a 3-year-old, you don't really know what you're doing. And she gave me structure. She made it fun for me. Made it a sport that I loved. And I think that's not always easy for a 3-year-old with a very short attention span. And of course, all the way through the years, driving me back and forth from California to Utah without any hesitation at any time of the day. And then even now, just continuing to support me whenever I need it.
And you have 4 other children, right?
Yeah.
4 other kids. Okay, so 1 of 5. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Eddie, I was looking at you, watching, feeling that medal. What
so
goes through your mind? What are you thinking about as you're touching that medal?
It's like a long journey. Yeah. And of course, first, he worked very hard every single day. I can see
it's your medal. I think it's really more yours than his.
Yeah, he worked really hard every single day.
As did you.
Yeah, but also, also, of course, the families support, everybody support, and also the people behind him, the whole team, everybody help him, support him for almost 20 years. So that's everything in here is a teamwork.
That's why it's so heavy.
It's a lot of you.
That's why it's so heavy, because everybody's effort and the time and the support. Everybody.
Eddie, thank you so much for coming to see us.
Nathan, we're honored to be here.
Wow. And you got to get your pizza, Nathan.
You got to get pizza.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
That was such a nice moment there. It was amazing to have Nathan Chen here with his gold medal, and then his mom brings the pizza in to surprise us, and then he puts the medal on her. We were all choked up over that. So thanks to moms helping out their kids with sports all over. Boy, she really deserves that gold medal. Coming up, a special birthday tribute to our friend Drew Barrymore.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Our buddy Drew Barrymore celebrates her 47th birthday today. In her honor, here's a must-see moment from our Today Show vault, taking us all the way back to 1983. It's the year that she starred in the classic E.T.
One of the most popular movies in the history of motion pictures, E.T., and one of its stars, Miss Drew Barrymore, who is with us this morning. So what kind of a watch have you got there?
Well, it's actually E.T.
It's an E.T. watch. Yes. How many times have you seen the movie?
Seen it 11 and a half times.
Tell me about the half a time.
Well, we got locked out of a studio.
You got locked?
We went to this screening at Universal, and it was like 1 minute late. Actually, it started 1 minute early.
Naturally.
So we got there on time, but they didn't tell us they started 1 minute early. So the extras that played the stunt boys on E.T., they got locked out too. So my mom was pounding on the door until someone came.
Do you remember how you got the role in E.T.?
Well, they interviewed me for Poltergeist first, and she said she's not really like the girl who's in the part, in the script. So Kathy Kennedy, the producer of E.T., said, well, maybe she's right for E.T., because he was doing E.T. and Poltergeist at the same time. So he interviewed me for E.T., and he said I'm much more like the girl in E.T., and he said she's just right. So I got the part.
I was talking to Stephen not long ago, and he said that when you auditioned for Poltergeist, you had to scream, and you didn't feel like screaming. But then he remembered you, and when you came back to audition for E.T., he explained to you that you would also have to scream at least once in E.T. when you see E.T., and he said, you go home. What did he tell you exactly? Did he tell you to go home and practice screaming?
Well, it was kind of hard at the time because I got sick.
Oh.
So I tried real hard to scream, and he didn't say practice because he didn't want me to lose my voice.
Oh.
So I said, okay. He said, but I said, I'll be as prepared as possible.
So did you scream pretty well?
Yes.
Can you scream anytime you feel like it? Could you scream if I asked you to scream? Let's hear you scream. That's a pretty good scream. Wow. I may not hear the rest of this interview. It's a very good scream.
Thank you.
When you were in England, you met Princess Diana and Prince Charles, huh?
Yes.
Tell me what that was about.
Well, I went to England, and I had to do the premiere for the opening in England, and the Princess Di walked to me, and I was waiting for my turn. So she finally came to me, and I presented her an E.T. doll. And Henry presented her flowers. And, Prince Charles came and said, hello, Drew. And then, he laughed like Santa Claus. He is a very nice man, too.
Prince Charles laughs like Santa Claus? Really?
And at one point, he just could not take it. He laughed so hard. At one point, Princess Diana had to pat him on the back, calm him down, and she whispered to Stephen something, and he said, yes, I know.
This is during the movie?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
in England, the premiere.
I have something here for you. Who is that?
That's my Snoopy.
Yeah, you left it out of the studio. I thought you might like to have it during the interview.
Oh, Yeah, that's Snoopy's sister.
Oh, that's Snoopy's sister. That's not Snoopy. We must make sure this is the girl Snoopy, right? What's her first name?
Belle.
Belle Snoopy. Now, we are at that time of year, Drew Barrymore, when we are coming up to the Academy Award nominations. And a lot of people think that Drew Barrymore ought to be nominated for her performance in E.T. You wouldn't mind it if they nominated you, would you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Now, there was an award some months ago in Hollywood for the best young actors and actresses in Hollywood.
Yeah, it was called the Youth of Film Awards.
And you won for the best actress.
Yes.
Drew Barrymore, I hope you have a wonderful life.
Thank you.
And a wonderful career.
Thank you.
And I thank you very much for visiting with us here on Today.
Well, that's okay. I had very much fun.
Tell you what, Drew Barrymore, impressive then and now. Happy birthday to Drew. And that does it for Pop Start Plus. Today, we've got another great show for you lined up tomorrow. I'm going to go one-on-one with my friend Pink. Join us for that conversation, and we'll see you then. Have a great day.
Well, hello to everybody in Today All Day Nation. Happy Tuesday to 22. Yeah.
To all of you.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice ad. Hope you guys had a good weekend.
Welcome to Today in 30, our digital show. We bring you everything you love about today in a bite-sized 30-minute morsel. Well, today we're starting off with the latest on breaking developments in the Ukraine crisis. Richard Engel is right there. He's going to bring us complete coverage.
And then some major news that just broke this morning. The U.S. women's soccer team securing a huge victory in their years-long fight for equal pay. We'll have all the details. And we'll talk to stars Megan Rapinoe and Alex Morgan.
Plus, another sports star joined us, gold medal winning figure skater Nathan Chen. So excited to have him here in person. And we have a special celebration, let's just say, and you don't want to miss it. So with that said, let's get it started.
Okay, it is time for
Today in 30.
We'll start with NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Hey, Richard, good morning.
Good morning. The Ukrainian government is absolutely furious and is considering breaking off relations with Russia. But here and in many Ukrainian cities on a practical level, very little has changed since Russia already controlled these separatist areas. So there's not panic on the streets. People are still out. But many are wondering, is this just the first move by Russia ahead of a larger invasion?
Russian President Vladimir Putin recognized two new countries overnight, both pieces of Ukraine, and ordered in Russian tanks and troops to back them up. Shortly afterwards, these unmarked military vehicles were spotted near Donetsk. Yesterday, in a highly choreographed display, first holding a command attendance meeting of his National Security Council, and then speaking for an hour to the Russian people from his desk, Putin carved up Ukraine, which he described as a long-lost piece of Russia. Let me emphasize once again that Ukraine for us is not just a neighboring country. It is an integral part of our own history, culture, and spiritual space, he said. These are our comrades and relatives. Putin officially recognized the independence of two breakaway Ukrainian republics, Donetsk and Luhansk, claiming to be saving their pro-Russian populations from a genocide by the Ukrainian government. A genocide that isn't happening. Some of the separatists greeted Putin with cheers as he ordered Russian peacekeepers to shore up their territory and practically dared the Ukrainian government to do something about it. We demand for those who took over and remain in power in Kiev to immediately stop combat activity, he said. Otherwise, the responsibility for continuing the bloodshed will lay on the shoulders of the Ukrainian regime. The White House fears recognizing the Ukrainian separatists may be the opening move in a wider Russian war, but stopped short of calling it an invasion, convening an 11th-hour meeting last night of the UN Security Council. Ukraine's President Zelensky denounced Putin's move as a violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and called on the country's supporters to sanction Russia now. Russia already had troops in Donetsk and Luhansk, home to roughly 2 million Russian speakers, including hundreds of thousands of Russian citizens. Russia helped the territories break away from Ukraine after a democratic revolution overthrew the country's pro-Russian president in 2014. Putin last night described that revolution as an American-sponsored coup, which 8 years later still clearly fills him with resentment. Why was it necessary to make an enemy out of us, Putin asked. They didn't want such a large, independent country as Russia. In this lies the answer to all questions, he said.
The Ukrainian military says that in the last 24 hours, Russia has moved in over 100 pieces of military equipment. The military is calling on Ukraine's supporters to help this country before more pieces are potentially lost. Hoda.
All right, Richard Engel for us there in Ukraine. Richard, thank you.
Joining us now are two of the most recognized soccer stars in the U.S., Megan Rapinoe and Alex Morgan. They were part of the original group of women that started this conversation about equal pay. Also with us, Cindy Parlow-Cohn, president of the U.S. Soccer Federation. It's good to see you guys this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I mean, the fact that you're all sitting there together pretty much says it all. Megan, a settlement reached after all of this time, after all this litigation. How did it happen? How do you feel about it this morning?
It was a long process, as all the people on this little TV screen know. You included. I feel like we've been here before with you. I mean, in the end, I think it just... It came together. You know, for us as players, I'm just so proud of the way we stuck together and really just kind of put our foot down. This is a huge win for us. You know, as always, there's really no justice going backwards. The only justice really now is ensuring that this never happens again, and this lawsuit is a massive step forward. Obviously, we already settled the equal working conditions claims a while back, equal pay coming contingent on a new CBA, and the settling of the back pay damages. So for us, this is just a huge win in ensuring that you know, we not only right the wrongs of the past, but set the next generation up for something that we could only have dreamed of.
Yeah, talk about the past for just 1 second. I want to repeat something, Alex. These numbers are incredible. The 2019 lawsuit alleges American female players were paid nearly $2 million in bonuses after winning the World Cup in 2015, whereas the men's team was awarded over $5 million despite being eliminated in the round of 16. I mean, when I hear those numbers, I think to myself, my gosh, this moment is so long worth it.
Yeah, and I think just seeing this lawsuit and the settlement, U.S. Soccer has agreed to equalize the prize money moving forward. Obviously, we call on FIFA to truly equalize that for men's and women's tournaments, but we are looking to work with the Men's Players Association and U.S. Soccer to have that equal moving forward. So it's really what we set out to do, equalize on all fronts, and we've been able to achieve that. And it's a really proud moment, I think, for all of us.
And let me turn to you, Cindy. You represent U.S. Soccer in this conversation. And in point of fact, U.S. Soccer actually won the lawsuit in the lower court. It was about to go up on appeal. So what brought you to the table? Why do this settlement now?
Yeah, I think for a lot of reasons. One, being in a contentious litigation with our players is not good for our sport. I think this is a momentous occasion. This is a huge win for soccer. This is a huge win for U.S. Soccer, the players, women's sport. And I'm just so excited to move forward together and actually start working with the women's team to grow the game both here at home and abroad.
And just real quick before we go, Megan, let me ask you this. I feel like this is a door opening for all of women's sports. We just watched the U.S. women's hockey team play so beautifully. It was the second most watched hockey game in the U.S. since 2019, behind the Stanley Cup. People are watching women's hockey, too, and pay needs to be equalized, I guess, across the board. Do you guys think you're opening the door for that?
I mean, I think the door's already been opened, to be honest. You can look at the women's hockey team. It seems like everywhere you look, here we are performing, well beyond just the constraints of our sport. So I think we are really in the midst of an incredible turning point in women's sports. I think we're all going to look back on this moment with incredible pride. But if you're not paying attention to this right now and what's happening in women's sports, you're sleeping on the whole thing.
Well, Megan and Alex, we have talked a lot many times over the years. You're legends on the field, but also off. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you as well. Congratulations on coming to this settlement. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, that was the moment I started jumping up and down. We're back. Nathan Chen and his epic, unforgettable Olympic performance. Oh.
It was crazy. It was a record-breaking short program in free skate. Nathan took home gold in men's figure skating, first American to do that in more than a decade. Nathan, you are right off the plane from Beijing. You're here with us today. Just tell us how it feels to have that gold medal around your neck.
It's still so surreal, it really just feels like a dream. Throughout the whole past 2-3 weeks, I've just been like, trying to wake myself up because it doesn't feel super real.
I mean, you really just landed here. Does it feel inside like, okay, life just changed for me in a major way?
I feel exactly the same, honestly. Coming back was really cool. We were all together. The U.S. delegation was on the same flight, so it was really, we felt like, that Team USA atmosphere. And then, now I'm back here doing a lot more. So everything's just like going, the next thing. But it's been crazy.
Nathan, watching you reminded me of watching like Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. It was like you were in the zone.
Yeah.
Did you know you were there when you were competing, how well it was going?
I've worked with a really awesome mental performance coach over the past, couple months. And just giving me techniques to stay calm, stay collected. And I've obviously had a lot of experience over the past couple of years in championship events. So, all of that, I guess, came together and helped me out here.
How did he tell you to stay calm?
Simple things, just breathing exercises, mindset, just the way that you approach the competition. And I think having had the experience in 2018 and then being able to come back in 2022 and realize how cool the Olympics are and just really that I should enjoy it.
And just the fact that those memories didn't creep back in, get in your head. Instead, you were able to keep a clear mind.
Seems like there's been a lot of conversation about mental health in the last couple of Olympics as it pertains to athletes and the stress and the pressure. I guess, did you have struggling moments at all?
While I was there, my intent was just to try to have as much fun as I could. At that point, I'd made it to the Olympics. So the only thing that I can really do at that point is just try to enjoy it and just be present throughout that whole time. And of course, there's ups and downs with that. But overall, I look back on it and I just really enjoyed my time there.
And now that you're back home, what's next?
So, right now, back to school. Back to school. I'll be on tour with the rest of my U.S. teammates, Olympic teammates, figure skating teammates for Stars on Ice. So it's a nationwide skating tour. So that'll be a lot of fun to do.
And you did your backflip.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So that was that was just like letting off steam, or like now let me show you. You thought I was the quad king? No, I'm the backflip king.
No, it's really fun to do. It's fun to do tricks like that because you can't do that in competition. So the shows are perfect for that.
You said you're you're unchanged. You feel like exactly the same, but your life has changed. That moment that got put around your neck, that was a life-changing moment for you. Sure. Have you anticipated like how things might be different going forward?
I mean, not so much. I mean, I know like the next thing for me is, of course, the Stars Tour, and then going back to school, and then when I'm there, I'm just a normal student there. So I have 2 more years before I graduate. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I mean, it means the world to have this, and just all the support that I've received.
If they have a show and tell, by the way, at Yale, you have to go to class with that. Kids are coming back from break with Coachella ticket stubs, and Nathan's all, check this out.
Especially at Yale, everyone's so smart. You'll be like, I'm smart, and I'm actually a gold medalist. I heard you were hungry, though. Like maybe that pizza was on your mind.
Pizza, yeah.
Well, we're in New York City, and it's a good place to get pizza. So we ordered some for you. Maybe we could bring it out. Oh, here.
Come on out.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Do you recognize her?
Oh my God.
It's your mom.
Surprise.
Quite
familiar.
I know that lady.
That's great. That was so unexpected.
Yeah, they brought me in.
You were in Colorado.
So this is the first time you guys have seen each other.
Eddie, come sit down.
Thank you.
Nathan, we were so touched.
Yeah.
Are you going to put that medal around your mom's neck?
Give it up for Mom. All right.
Oh my God. This is the first time you're seeing each other.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw her?
What's a month?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's about a month, yeah.
Oh, wow.
More than a month.
Whoa.
Eddie, what was it like watching your son compete from afar?
From far, first, of course, nervous.
Yeah.
The second, I basically know what he's gonna do.
You knew?
Yeah, because I most of the time I watch him practice a lot, so I know what's gonna happen. But still, anything can happen.
Yeah.
So,
Eddie, when you look at him, can you see if he's nervous or not? Can you see if he's calm or?
I can tell.
And what did you think when he was getting ready to skate?
He was very calm, but the whole the whole event, I can tell he's very calm.
Nathan, your mom's been with you kind of every step of the way. Tell us about that.
I mean, there's no way I would be able to make it to where I am now without her support. Since I started on the ice when I was 3 years old, and at that point, you're a 3-year-old, you don't really know what you're doing. And she gave me structure. She made it fun for me. Made it a sport that I loved. And I think that's not always easy for a 3-year-old with a very short attention span. And of course, all the way through the years, driving me back and forth from California to Utah without any hesitation at any time of the day. And then even now, just continuing to support me whenever I need it.
And you have 4 other children, right?
Yeah.
4 other kids. Okay, he's one of 5. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Eddie, I was looking at you, watching, feeling that medal. What
so
goes through your mind? What are you thinking about as you're touching that medal?
It's like a long journey. Yeah. And of course, first, he worked very hard every single day. I can see
it's your medal. I think it's really more yours than his.
Yeah, he worked really hard every single day.
As did you.
Yeah, but also, also, of course, the families support, everybody support, and also the people behind him, the whole team, everybody help him, support him for almost 20 years. So that's everything in here is a teamwork.
That's why it's so heavy.
It's a lot of you.
That's why it's so heavy, because everybody's effort and the time and the support. Everybody.
Eddie, thank you so much for coming to see us.
Nathan, we're honored to be here.
Wow. And you got to get your pizza, Nathan.
You got to get pizza.
Thank you so
Take
much.
it to go.
We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, we are back with our Together We Rise series celebrating Black history.
Yeah, this morning a remarkable team of people aiming extremely high, training to reach the top of Mount Everest while breaking barriers in that process.
NBC's Morgan Radford is here with the story. Hi, Morgan.
Hey there, guys.
Morgan.
Good morning. Talk about taking things to new heights.
Yeah.
We love to see it, and they are certainly inspiring. Meet the 9 mountain climbers hoping to become the first all-black and brown expedition to summit the world's tallest mountain.
For this team, Mount Everest isn't just a place, it's a dream. The Full Circle Everest expedition currently training to become the first all-black climbing group to summit the world's tallest peak. Records show about 10,000 people have reached its summit in 70 years. Only 10 of those climbers have been black, with only one black American.
Hopefully we can come back to the U.S. and kind of teach other people how to have these big kind of adventures and go out and kind of see the world as we share our experience with that.
Fred Campbell is part of the team looking to shatter barriers at the top.
So do you think this is just about sort of barriers to access?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think that barriers to access is a big part. I think that representation is another part. I mean, you don't see very many Black climbers. And so I know it's a lot easier for me to imagine myself doing something if there are people that I kind of connect with.
Campbell was a college football standout at Stanford until he broke his neck while playing.
He gets hammered by Fred Campbell.
With football out of his future, he turned his sights to the great outdoors, learning to skydive and climb, ascending Mount Kilimanjaro with his father.
I fell in love with it because it was the first time that I got to kind of do some travel and see the rest of the world. It was this incredibly intense experience where it was like physically demanding in a way that really that I connected with.
Now he's part of a history-making team. Among them, 28-year-old climbing instructor Rosemary Saul, high school teacher Eddie Taylor, and team leader Philip Henderson, a 58-year-old climber with 3 decades of experience.
How does it feel to be climbing with other people who look like you and have had similar experiences?
It's a lot of fun. I think that we have some similar backgrounds, like similar experiences growing up, similar tastes in music. And so there's a lot of connection, and it's really easy to kind of get along and kind of like crack jokes and have fun. So it's a blast.
This team ready to make history at the highest level and in the highest place.
What do you hope that other people take away from seeing you, from seeing this Black team climb the highest mountain in the world?
I hope that they see our experience and how much we love being out on the mountain and kind of enjoying the adventure, and they're inspired to find an adventure of their own.
So all 9 members will start their ascent this May, and some of them have bonded during training here stateside, like ascending Washington's Mount Rainier last year, along with a scouting trip to Everest's home country, Nepal. But the biggest and the tallest test, guys, it lies ahead of them, bringing their excellence to unprecedented heights.
Indeed. I hope they live stream that. I would watch that whole climb if I could.
I told them I would make them a playlist.
I don't know if there's a signal up there. You know what? That Wi-Fi up there, so not that good.
I'll have to download it.
We have a little satellite.
That's a really cool story.
I know.
Way to go, Morgan.
Really cool. Morgan, thank you.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we are back with an eye-opening Consumer Confidential, a warning about the rise of scammers preying on people looking for love.
They're called romance scams, and if you think you could never be a victim, you might want to think again. NBC News Now, Morgan Anchor.
Morgan Anchor.
I'm Morgan Anchor. Here now the news.
That would actually be nice. More known as Morgan Anchor.
Morgan Anchor. Tell us, Morgan Anchor, about this catfishing.
Well, Morgan Anchor has a good Morgan story for you. Good Morgan. There we go. So look, you've probably seen shows like Catfish or even the new Netflix documentary, The Tinder Swindler, where someone pretends to be a wealthy person and the next thing you know, they've pulled off a very elaborate form of fraud. Well, now there's new federal data that shows it's actually a lot more common than you might think.
$30,000, $140,000.
A gripping story gone viral.
And he started screaming like, "Get into the car."
The new Netflix documentary, The Tinder Swindler, follows the story of several women who thought they found love through an online dating app, only to lose tens of thousands of dollars in the end. Money they claim was taken by fraud.
The con itself was just so audacious and so elaborate.
Something the film's director says should be a wake-up call.
It's probably not just you that they're doing this to.
These so-called scams involving love and deception now have the U.S. government on high alert. The Federal Trade Commission saying romance scams hit record highs in 2021, with victims conned out of more than $540 million, part of the record $1.3 billion lost in the last 5 years alone. Some scammers now turning to cryptocurrency to trick victims.
He was everything I thought I wanted in a person.
Angelica Chavez met a man on the dating app Hinge last year.
He pretended to be an entrepreneur in Los Angeles, that he was coming from China.
He's sending you voice notes, videos, so you're seeing him. You have no reason at this point to believe he's not real.
Exactly, yes. And so I would ask, when are we going to meet? And so there were always excuses as to why we couldn't meet.
Then he offered to teach her how to use cryptocurrency.
At some point, I'm the one that asked, oh, maybe you could teach me someday. And that's when he offered to teach me.
Angelica borrowed money from her father and soon had nearly $20,000 on the line, which her date told her to invest through a separate online app.
You actually saw your money grow.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So everything looked real. Everything looked like it was a functioning, up and running app.
Yes, it did. It had all the data, the numbers were changing. It looked similar to the real app.
And this whole time, you're thinking you're actually gaining money.
Yes.
But she says the app was fake.
It says 0 return on investment.
And the money was gone. It's the type of scam the Better Business Bureau says is becoming more common every day.
The conversation starts out of, hey, would you like to learn about cryptocurrency? Little do you know, you're going through a completely fake website, or you're actually using someone else's account, usually the scammers, and that's where that money is going.
Fraud experts say to avoid being the next victim, you should try to keep any conversations on the same app where you initially met the person. Another tip, do a reverse image search of their profile picture, just to make sure it matches their name. You can even quiz the person on their profile information as you're talking to make sure that the details posted match what they share about their real lives.
I was being vulnerable with him, and then he just shattered everything.
Steps Chavez says she wishes she had known.
I didn't think any time I would fall for something like this.
So Angelica says she did file an incident report with the Los Angeles Police Department, which NBC News has independently verified.
You know, these romance scams, they're not new, but it seems like they're a lot easier now with, computers and online, all that stuff. Are there resources to help people?
Tons of resources. In fact, you can go online. They're working to get the word out from the FBI to the Federal Trade Commission. You can go to consumer.ftc.gov for an entire list of examples. Things like the types of lies these scammers tend to tell, even what to do if, in fact, you suspect that you might be a target of this type of scam. And even if you think you have been a victim of this kind of scam, the FTC says that you should report it online. You can go to reportfraud.ftc.gov.
And I think sometimes, first of all, you're embarrassed. And second of all, it takes so long for you to realize, wait a minute, this is actually happening to me. Because you justify it.
And you almost don't want to admit it.
Yeah. Did they have any other advice on how to combat this?
Honestly, they said there shouldn't be shame. Exactly what you just mentioned, because this is happening to a lot of really competent, thoughtful people. These are people who are smart, people who are internet savvy. They were just doing what everyone does, and that was looking for love.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I guess also you should avoid any app that you don't find in an app store.
That was a key, especially for Angelica, because this guy said, look, just invest your cryptocurrency on this other app. She even Googled the website, and he had created an entire dummy website. So don't go outside of the app store.
All right.
All right. Morgan, it's a good one. Thank you so much. What is it? Anchor Morgan?
Anchor Morgan. Morgan Anchor.
She did just get married.
So.
Oh, there you go.
Anchor Morgan, Mrs. Dining Hall Dave.
Another big show tomorrow on Today. Carson will sit down with his friend Pink. It's always good when those two chat.
Oh, I want to see that. You're going to love that conversation. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great Tuesday. Tuesday.
Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Hot?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today, it's all about the bake-ahead brunch. As a busy parent, I love anything that I can make ahead of time, and breakfast is no exception. First up, it's my classic cinnamon buns. Calvin loves these cinnamon buns because, well, who doesn't love cinnamon buns? I think he realizes that it's a special treat that we don't get every morning. I mean, it's something besides cereal or oatmeal or something healthy. These are kind of a dessert for breakfast, and they're totally worth it. For this recipe, you'll need warm milk, yeast, sugar, eggs, melted butter, flour, cinnamon, and salt. And for the best part, the homemade icing, you'll need cream cheese, butter, powdered sugar, and vanilla.
You've never made this recipe before, but I'm positive when you test it, you are going to love it. Okay, first things first, we have to warm up the milk because the milk just came out of the fridge and it's really cold. Now, can you pour this into here? Let me move it a little closer.
Sorry, I can't reach that far.
Right. We'll pour it in there. So instead of using regular yeast, we're gonna use instant yeast. So we don't have to wait like, 9 months for it to rise, okay? Careful, this is melted butter. Okay, sprinkle in the sugar. A little salt. All right, so now we need an egg and a yolk from an egg. Okay.
That's a pop.
So now let's pop this off. I'm gonna sprinkle in some flour, okay? Is it getting harder and harder?
Yeah. What's that for?
This is, remember how you just said the dough is getting hard to work with? Mm-hmm. We're gonna let this dough hook do all the work. So when we leave this here for an hour, the dough is gonna rise and fill up the whole bowl. It's gonna grow.
With this top, what do we do with that?
It just helps keep the dough nice and warm. I'll see you back here in an hour. Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Huh?
What do you think, Ollie? Are we doing a good job?
What is that?
Whoa, it's nice and warm, right? Good job. Oh, it's nice and tight. Soft. Awesome. I see you, Ollie. Don't they look so pretty?
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting these will be delicious. All right, let's wait 45 minutes and then we'll put them in the oven. Pull this off, big reveal. Oh, baby, these look delicious. Okay, let's make the frosting.
Actually so yummy.
Actually so yummy. Should we check out this bun in the oven?
Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Spread this all over. Can we share it?
Why?
Because it's huge. Mmm. Oh, that is good.
Before we get to the next recipe, let's answer a viewer question from Instagram. How did you teach Cal how to crack eggs? That's a very good question. I would say a lot of patience.
Okay.
That first egg that your child cracks is going to squish in his hands or her hands and get all over the place. So I recommend always cracking one egg into a little bowl off to the side. Don't do it right over the main mixture because you're going to need to pick out a lot of those shells. Teach them to just make a little crack and then they'll stick their fingers in the hole.
Do your thumbs and then pull it apart. Okay.
Just get to that point. You're still gonna have a lot of shells, but eventually they'll be able to stick their finger in the hole and peel it open like that. And eventually they sort of just understand how the whole shell thing works. But patience, you're gonna need a lot of patience and a lot of extra bowls.
Good crack. Nice, buddy. You were getting so good at this.
Okay, let's answer another question from Instagram. How old was Cal when you started cooking with him? I think Calvin was almost 2 because I remember one of the first things I started cooking with him were holiday cookies. So his birthday is in the middle of December, so it was leading up to Christmas time. And I put this awesome stool right next to me that got him, almost as tall as I was. And he just watched me bake these and I let him do whatever I thought he can do. And I let him make a mess. That's what kids are going to do at first. They're going to make such a mess. Flour is going to get everywhere. Eggshells are going to get everywhere. But I mean, you can clean up a mess and it's fun. And the more they do it, the better they get and the cleaner they'll be. And when they're nice and young, they like to help clean up too. So that's always good to put them to work. When we come back, Bake Ahead Brunch continues with my blueberry buckle. It's my fancy way of adding a fruity twist to a classic crumb cake.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're back with more Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal, and today is all about the simple ways Calvin and I take brunch to the next level. Next up, it's another of my favorite breakfast treats. We call it blueberry buckle. I, to be honest, have no idea what a blueberry buckle is. It came from my husband's family, and he always said his grandmother made the best blueberry buckle. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, it's just like a coffee cake with blueberries. I can make that. And I didn't know what else to call it, so I just kept calling it blueberry buckle. Must be a New England thing. For the cake, you'll need flour, cornstarch, salt, ginger powder, baking powder, egg, vanilla, sugar, blueberries, of course. And for the crumble topping, you'll need cinnamon, salt, brown sugar, and butter.
Are you ready to help? I normally make this recipe with cake flour. It's a little bit lighter and it makes it a little more fluffier. You can't always find cake flour, or sometimes you just don't have it. So I'm going to show you a trick using all-purpose flour and cornstarch. The trick is to make cake flour out of all-purpose flour. You take a cup of flour, remove 2 tablespoons of that flour, and then add in 2 tablespoons of cornstarch. So we just made cake flour. Cool, huh? We need 1 teaspoon of baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, and we need a half a teaspoon of
ginger.
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to put the butter in here.
I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Count with me. We need 3 of these. Awesome!
Yummy. Smell it. Tell me when I can eat it.
Oh, I'll tell you when you can eat it. Okay, can you pour this egg in there?
Smells good.
Awesome.
I'm gonna mix it.
I love the smell of vanilla.
Yum.
So good. Oh, thanks, baby. Get this one over here. Just to like the 4. Nice. Okay.
Tell me when can I taste it?
Okay.
Can I taste it?
Not yet.
Why?
Okay, we're gonna put in 3 cups of blueberries.
Then can I taste it?
3 generous cups of blueberries.
That's a lot of blueberries.
It looks like a lot of blueberries, but they are just gonna cook down, make the whole cake purple. It's gonna be so juicy. So now the best part, the topping. Wanna help? Okay, so we need a teaspoon of cinnamon, some salt.
It's gonna take a very long time.
Half a cup of brown sugar.
Yummy.
Yummy. Packed brown sugar?
Yeah. What's that? Is that the topping?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the best part?
I think it might be. Yummy. Stand back.
Are you ready?
Let's find out.
Yeah! Yeah. It's ready. This makes me happy.
Let's get to some of the questions you had for me on Instagram when I posted this recipe. Amanda asked, can this be made with frozen blueberries? And to be honest, I've actually never made it with frozen blueberries. I tend not to like frozen blueberries all that much. I feel like they don't have as much flavor. They tend to be kind of watery and small. So I think this is really something I eat seasonally. I don't really cook it throughout the year, and it's really just that height of blueberry season when you get those big, juicy blueberries. I just find it tastes so yummy. And Pammy asked, can you use other fruit? I'm sure you can. I'm not a big experimenter. Once I try something for the first time, I kind of just stick with it, and I know this is my blueberry buckle recipe, or this is my apple crisp recipe. And I never try to work in other fruit, but I bet it would taste delicious with strawberries. I bet peaches would kind of taste really good in there. So you'll have to try it for me and let me know what you think. For these recipes and more Cooking with Cal, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Let's see how fast I could cut these.
No, that's terrible.
I'm Billy James, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. My name is Isabella, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I'm 7 years old. When I first started to cook, I was 4 years old, and the first thing I ever made was scrambled eggs. My mom taught me how to cook. Some of my favorite making dishes that I make with my mom are cow foot, brown stewed chicken, curry goat, curry chicken. Cow foot is a Jamaican dish that my mom makes that I absolutely love. I think Grammy Pearl used to make cow foot. My great-great-grandma had a restaurant in Jamaica. Everyone in my family loves to cook, so that's why I like to cook for everyone in my family. I have my own lemonade business, and it's called Sunshine Lemonade. Some of the things I like to do are to play Roblox with my friends, playing outside in the treehouse with my sister. Well, anything to get out to have fun, really. I'm also a Girl Scout, and I love to ride my bike. Today I'm so excited because today we will be making my upside down pineapple cake and my sunshine lemonade. What I love most about it is it's not too sugary, and we also put applesauce instead of eggs for people who are vegan. This is what you need to get started. Some cooking spray, some coconut oil, brown sugar, pineapple slices, and maraschino cherries. I think maraschino cherries is a funny name. I think it might be French. You're going to need a 9-inch pan, some parchment paper. Then you're going to put it at the bottom of the pan. Now you want to spray the sides with some cooking spray. Now, what you are going to want to do is you're going to get your coconut oil, pour it at the bottom, but make sure it is melted coconut oil. So the cake come out nice and moist. Now we are going to get our brown sugar, pinch, and sprinkle the coconut oil and the sugar. It's gonna make a nice caramel taste when it's done. Yep, you have to use the whole thing. I want something really sweet today. We want something really sweet today. No more vegetables. No more vegetables. Today we deserve a treat. Now you are going to want to grab the pineapple, put it in the center, and I'm going to make a flower design. And then, now I'm going to put another pineapple right there, pineapple right there, whew, okay, and then I'm going to put it right there, and it's cherry time. Okay, 1 cherry, 2 cherry, 3 cherry, 4 cherry, 5 cherry, 6 cherry, 7 cherries more. The reason why we put the pineapples and the cherries on the bottom is because the bottom is the top. So when you flip it, it looks like a cake. And now we are going to make the cake batter. Put that right there. Cake batter time. Now we are going to preheat the oven to 350 degrees. Now I've set up all my cake batter ingredients. Now we are going to start with all our dry ingredients and then mix them together. First, we are going to start with our baking powder. You have to make sure all that gets in there. Hey, you're hiding from me, aren't you? Now, the salt. Maybe I'll take some. That's better. Now, our favorite part, the shredded coconut. It's time for our sugar. Let's mix it well so it can combine. Now we're gonna mix up our wet ingredients. Okay, first we are going to start with some coconut oil. This might look very weird, but I promise you it's gonna look better when it's cooked. Let's open this vanilla. Okay, gotta make sure it's 1 tablespoon. This should be good. Okay. Oh no, cut. Okay, we'll put some more back in there. Okay, vanilla goes in there. It's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna be a little bit of vanilla. It's okay. It's okay. Who doesn't like some vanilla? Right. Now it's time for the pineapple juice. Oh my goodness, this is very chunky coconut milk. Last but not least, our apple cider vinegar. Now, mix well to combine. The coconut oil and the applesauce are going to make the cake nice and moist. Now it's time to mix the wet ingredients with the dry ingredients. Let's grab our handy dandy whiskety. Oh my, this is very thick. Oh my. Now it's time to put the cake batter in the cake pan. This is kind of having a sad part, but now we have to put it in the oven and that takes a whole entire hour. So I think I'm gonna have to call Mom. Mom, can you help me? So the cake is in the oven and it's gonna take an hour. So in the meanwhile, how about we work on my spicy Jamaican lemonade?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this
I
closet.
took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This cake goes great with my spicy Jamaican sunshine lemonade. Let me go grab the ingredients and let me show you how to make it. I need 8 lemons. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Okay. Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. So what you're going to need is lemons, fresh turmeric, fresh ginger root, some brown sugar, and molasses, and water too. So let's start peeling. I like to use a spoon to peel turmeric and ginger sometimes. It's really easy. More mess. Size a minute, more mess. Turmeric can stain your hands, so sometimes you might want to use gloves so you don't get a stain. Now, let's start peeling some ginger. You could also use ground turmeric and ginger. I like using fresh spices because it gives a better flavor. Now I have to slice these, but it's a little hard for me. So, Mom! There's the next piece, and you're done. Okay, thanks. Now I'm gonna add some water to the ginger and the turmeric and put it to a boil. Now let's start cutting up these lemons. You want to be really careful to make sure you don't cut where your fingers are, because we're not cutting off fingers today, okay? Okay, well, we're gonna get the lemon squeezer. Starting, yo. I love this machine because it has little holes in it, so the seeds won't go through. And Bella squeezes lemon, she don't play. So the ginger and turmeric looks so good, it smells amazing in here. But now it's time to remove it from the stove. Okay, now I'm gonna add sugar, the molasses, and the lemon juice. But I wanna do it while it's hot so then it can all dissolve and come together. So first, let's start with some sugar. I don't want to splash it. How about we use a spoon? That'll make life more easy right now. Do you see how satisfying that is? Now it's time for the molasses. It's so sticky. One time I tried it. It tastes a lot like honey, so I kind of liked it. Time for the lemon juice. We're going to let it cool for a bit. Okay. that right on top of there. This is my most favorite lemonade ever. It looks delicious. Right there. Oh my God. Ooh. This right here could make us some money. You know what goes great with lemonade? My cake. I think it's finally ready. Let's flip it. Now you have to let it sit for 15 minutes. It's gonna be the longest 15 minutes of my life. Oop. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we want. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, wow. It looks so good. This I will eat in one bite. Now that my cake and my lemonade are ready, I'm so excited to share this with my favorite person, my mom. Thank you. It looks amazing. I know, it looks so good. Okay. See how it tastes. Okay.
It's super moist.
There we go.
Thank you. Cheers. Delicious.
Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I loved you guys being in my kitchen with me today. Hopefully you can make this recipe too. See you later. Bye.
On the ground, Vladimir Putin sending troops into eastern Ukraine, heightening fears of a full-blown invasion at any moment. The U.S. calling it a clear and unprovoked attack during an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council overnight.
In this moment, no one can stand on the sidelines.
The White House already imposing sanctions, vowing more to come. But will that be enough? And is there any chance of a diplomatic way out of this crisis? Straight ahead, complete coverage from Washington, Moscow, and the front lines. Going up, the situation overseas and record inflation combining to send gas prices soaring to an 8-year high. Home heating prices skyrocketing as well. This morning, the pain being felt by millions of Americans, and if there will be relief anytime soon. 1-2 punch, a pair of powerful storms taking aim at tens of millions from one coast to the other. Snow, flooding, severe weather, and frigid temperatures all on tap. Al's got your full forecast. Breaking news, equal pay. The World Cup winning U.S. women's team reaching an historic agreement with U.S. Soccer, ending a years-long discrimination battle. Players set to receive tens of millions of dollars in back pay and equal wages moving forward. We'll talk about the deal and what could be a game changer for all female athletes. Those stories plus new concerns for the Queen. Overnight, the royal suddenly canceling all of her engagements today as she recovers from COVID. The latest in a live report from Buckingham Palace. And unbearable, the furry 500-pound suspect wanted for an alarming string of home break-ins. Inside the race to stop Hank the Tank from terrorizing an entire California community. Today, Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022.
From NBC News, this is Today with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is a Tuesday morning. We're so happy that you're joining us today.
Nice to have you with us. And we've got a lot of fast developments in the Ukraine crisis to get to. Russian President Vladimir Putin now deploying troops into eastern Ukraine across two so-called breakaway regions already backed by Moscow. And Russia already had a military presence there.
Well, the move quickly drawing condemnation overnight during an emergency meeting of the UN, the U.S. and its European allies saying it marks a dramatic provocation vacation.
In the meantime, the tension and volatility is being felt here at home in the form of rising gas prices and heating bills. And depending on what happens next, Americans could see both climb even higher.
We have every angle covered for you, from Russia to the White House to Ukraine, and that's where we'll start with NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Hey, Richard, good morning.
Good morning. The Ukrainian government is absolutely furious and is considering breaking off relations with Russia. But here and in many Ukrainian cities on a practical level, very little has changed since Russia already controlled these separatist areas. So there's not panic on the streets. People are still out. But many are wondering, is this just the first move by Russia ahead of a larger invasion?
Russian President Vladimir Putin recognized two new countries overnight, both pieces of Ukraine, and ordered in Russian tanks and troops to back them up. Shortly afterwards, these unmarked military vehicles were spotted near Donetsk. Yesterday, in a highly choreographed display, first holding a command attendance meeting of his National Security Council, and then speaking for an hour to the Russian people from his desk, Putin carved up Ukraine, which he described as a long-lost piece of Russia. Let me emphasize once again that Ukraine for us is not just a neighboring country. It is an integral part of our own history, culture, and spiritual space, he said. These are our comrades and relatives. Putin officially recognized the independence of two breakaway Ukrainian republics, Donetsk and Luhansk, claiming to be saving their pro-Russian populations from a genocide by the Ukrainian government. A genocide that isn't happening. Russia! Some of the separatists greeted Putin with cheers as he ordered Russian peacekeepers to shore up their territory and practically dared the Ukrainian government to do something about it. We demand for those who took over and remain in power in Kiev to immediately stop combat activity, he said. Otherwise, the responsibility for continuing the bloodshed will lay on the shoulders of the Ukrainian regime. The White House fears recognizing the Ukrainian separatists may be the opening move in a wider Russian war, but stopped short of calling it an invasion, convening an 11th-hour meeting last night of the UN Security Council. Ukraine's President Zelensky denounced Putin's move as a violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and called on the country's supporters to sanction Russia now. Russia already had troops in Donetsk and Luhansk, home to roughly 2 million Russian speakers, including hundreds of thousands of Russian citizens. Russia helped the territories break away from Ukraine after a democratic revolution overthrew the country's pro-Russian president in 2014. Putin last night described that revolution as an American-sponsored coup, which 8 years later still clearly fills him with resentment. Why was it necessary to make an enemy out of us, Putin asked. They didn't want such a large, independent country as Russia. In this lies the answer to all questions, he said.
The Ukrainian military says that in the last 24 hours, Russia has moved in over 100 pieces of military equipment. The military is calling on Ukraine's supporters to help this country before more pieces are potentially lost. Hoda.
Right, Richard Engel for us there in Ukraine. Richard, thank you.
And to address the ongoing crisis, the UN Security Council held a rare overnight emergency meeting condemning Russia's latest moves. The U.S. ambassador vowing to impose more sanctions. NBC's chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has that part of the story. Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning to you. That tense meeting overnight at the UN Security Council, which Russia currently chairs, comes as the White House braces for what it says is an imminent invasion by Russia. The president is expected to impose new sanctions today after announcing an initial round on Monday. But Mr. Biden is under pressure this morning, with Republicans and even some Democrats calling on him to get tougher with Putin right now. Overnight, an urgent meeting between the U.S., Ukraine, and allies at the UN Security Council after Vladimir Putin ordered what he's calling peacekeeping forces into two regions of eastern Ukraine. The U.S. and other countries condemning the move, accusing Russia of violating international laws.
This move by President Putin is clearly the basis for Russia's attempt to create a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine.
The Ukrainian ambassador delivering a stern warning.
Dear members of the Security Council,
The United Nations is sick.